Let me see, let me check.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any like source on that, I would appreciate it.
Let me check. Ah, man, Bloomberg is horrible. They ask you for subscription for every single thing.
To be honest, the one thing I've learned throughout this whole process is Bloomberg is probably one of the only news media like sources that you can actually trust from the West, at least. Still with a grain of salt, but better than most, right?
Yeah. I don't remember in which article I read it, but it was next week. That's what I'm telling you. I'm pretty sure it's next week they declare Evergrande on complete default. I just don't remember the day.
I'm legit having reconnected to my own fucking space.
I mean, I believe
this
you.
Is hilarious.
I believe you. I mean, I think it's gonna be one of the days next week. I know it's not gonna be Monday.
Yeah, it's
my hunch.
It's not Monday.
Yeah. If anything, it's gonna be Tuesday. If it's not Tuesday, it's Wednesday. If it's not Wednesday, it's Thursday. If not Thursday, it's gonna be Friday, right?
Yeah, any of those days, whatever. We will get to. We will know. Don't worry about it. Oh, curious. Evergrande bonds begin to come due on September 23. Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that principal and interest at the same time?
Interest.
What's up, Ape Nation? What's up, CBJ, Mike, Misael, Jonathan, Kilman, AM7, Acid. Hi, everybody. Truth, it's good to see y'all. Did we crash it or not? What the hell happened? We may have. We may have crashed it. Whoops. Yeah, this thing does not work great on the PC. I knew that to begin with. We've got to get this thing fixed up here. Let's try leaving it entirely. Space ended. Bummer. Let's make a new one. Give me a second, guys. Sorry guys, that shit crashed out. I got kicked out, wasn't able to rejoin, and then it just went to shit. My apologies. Let's try again. Sorry about that, guys. Let's get this thing going again. Hang on one second, all right, Ape Nation? There we go. Francisco's back. Approve. Like, yeah, space calls. Let me invite him as a co-host. Accept this co-host invite, Francisco. I need to make sure I can make you the host so this thing doesn't crash out. Accept that co-host invite, please. Who else?
I have a problem with the code. Oh well, right now it's working.
Who else is here? That let me see. Anybody from the think tank group? Let me see. Anybody from the? All right, hang on one second. Let's see. Foot Killman. Can I add you up here to make you the host for a minute? Let me try. You don't have to do nothing. You just kind of got to man the fort in case I got to make you the host so it doesn't crash out on us again, all right?
Listen, man.
We got the call going again, getting everybody from both groups going. There we go. There you go. Thanks for requesting. Foot, appreciate you. Get you up here. Thanks so much for your support always, man. You've been amazing.
What happened to your to this thing? It went off.
It just fucking crashed, and then it actually kicked me out, and I was trying to get back onto it. It wouldn't let me on, and next thing I know, I just saw a bunch of people just crashing out. So I don't know, man. Maybe it's because I'm a noob and I've never run a space call before, or I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, that was interesting. If it disconnects me, if you're the co-host, will it cause issues, or do you think it will automatically switch to you as the host?
For some reason, I was accepting the host, and then it lasted 2 seconds, and it went back off.
Weird. All right, we'll try that again, in a minute here. But yeah, Francisco, if you don't mind sharing that again, brother. Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Weird. All right, we'll try that again in here. But yeah, Francisco, if you don't mind sharing that again, brother. Sorry about that. Over here has got the great due diligence.
That's fine.
See.
Mine work.
Bank. I'm super glad you're here, Vishal. Approve. What's up, Vishal? It's good to see you. Vishal over here has got the great due diligence that they did on Evergrande Bank. I'm super glad you're here, Vishal. Hey, buddy. It's good to see you. Welcome.
Yo, Vishal, how do you feel about Evergrande's proposal?
There's going to be a little delay, probably. Yeah. Hey, buddy. It's good to see you. Welcome here at OK in the
So basically, we just posted out the short-term debt, which is there with China, and it is around $2.6 trillion. That details we have just posted on our blog. You can visit out and we'll check it out. This is to be paid within a year. In fact, there's more, but some of it can be rolled over. So you can check out those data. You will get it.
Like Peter answered my tweet, and I told him what's your thoughts on this thing, and he was like, why would I buy a unit that is not even complete? Land value? What is the cost of cleaning? Maybe local governments will step in if price is low, but still, I mean, everybody will lose money, and the companies will not be able to pay investors back. I mean, it's I don't see any good outcome from this.
So, what the hell? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What do you think are going to be the widespread implications from this?
Can you repeat?
What do you think is going to be the widespread implications from this?
Those are yet to be seen, but everything is connected.
Yeah, I know, but like those things, I'm
maybe
so into the bonds right now. I'm looking into the bonds.
Yeah, no, the bonds. They
Who do you
will,
think is leveraged with them? That's the thing.
Yeah, no, they are. The thing is, the U.S. market won't acknowledge them until the whole thing goes on default. So at the moment, we are like in this limbo scenario, because the market's getting ready.
So yeah, that's nice. I can see that. I trade futures, so I'm seeing it happen. You know, everything's repercussion, and we're seeing it happen toward the preparation. That's not my question. My question is, who do you think is leveraged there? Who will be affected the most? Not only inside China.
Everyone, the banks, the big banks are the first ones that are over leveraged. Goldman Sachs, UBS, HSBC, JP Morgan, everybody.
I don't know. I think this is the big one. I think this is it.
No. It's gonna be one of the triggers, but the one that is gonna, it's gonna affect U.S. markets. I don't think it's gonna kill them, but it's gonna affect them badly. And then what is gonna kill them is the debt ceiling.
So I personally think the repercussions from this are what's gonna cause the crash.
No. I agree with you to a certain extent, but what is gonna overkill us? It's when the U.S. defaults on his debt. That's gonna overkill the whole market.
So you don't think manufacturing supply chains will be affected from China, because China gives a lot of supply to around the world, everything. So you don't think companies in there are leveraged with the company? Microchips, Apple, stuff like that.
You have to see what China has done, the macro policies China has done, and China, even though they're not saving Evergrande, you can see what the central bank of China is doing. They're pumping money to avoid a slowdown in the economy as a whole, but it's not saving Evergrande as a financial institution. So if you're worried because Evergrande is gonna attack the supply chain, I don't think so, because they're trying to provide liquidity so they don't slow down as an economy overall. But they're not saving offshore investors or bonds or whatever. They're not saving that. That's what I mean. The big banks from.
So you think internally they are gonna save the companies that are leveraged there and stuff like that?
They're gonna save their internal market, but they're not gonna save Evergrande from like international investors. That's the difference.
Okay. Yeah, I think I personally, I don't know. I trade futures, and I was the type to say like everything's gonna be fine the whole time, even during I've been investing in GME AMC for a long time.
It's different. You have to see the macro policies, because I just saw what the Central Bank of China did, and it's different. Like,
you mean the PBOC?
Yeah, the Bank of China, especially to avoid another Asian crisis because of the lack of liquidity. They pumped money just recently, but they were not even thinking about giving a bailout, right? It's not on their plans, so they're prepared. China is prepared to face this.
So you think the government isn't leveraged within the company either?
What?
The Chinese government, I mean.
No, to me this is a financial weapon. To me, this is a financial weapon to overtake the financial war. I have no doubt. It's that.
So just like the U.S. did with its own default.
No, that has nothing to do with China. No,
I know, but they use it as a weapon. Yeah. I'm saying the same thing. They're gonna use that as a weapon. What's happening?
Yeah, there? They probably calculated with the debt ceiling. They're not stupid. They were calculating everything with time. And look, China was the only country growing at 8% in the first world. Let's say that no country was growing at that rate. So all these banks and businesses, they make business. It's normal. So they got engaged in China, but especially international investors. And that's the problem. So China has grown thanks to the international investors, but not China internal.
But you don't think this will scare all international investors from the Chinese market itself? So if they start pulling out money that That could also, from there, that could also be something very big, which is happening.
Yeah, it might. But if China keeps pumping for the internal demand to keep constant, why would you worry about it? That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is China has more to win than to lose. Because if they take the financial war, they will keep getting liquidity at some point in future because they will be the superpower in the war. So to them, it's like, yeah, we will make some losses. I agree, but we will recover in the long term because everybody will depend on us. Plus, they have a currency that they can depreciate. They have made loans along 10, like for 12 years. So they got enough money lent to all these countries. Another thing they have, it's they have an excess of reserves. So they have a lot of money to resist external shock. The United States is in a different position. If this
Yeah, but 70% of China's GDP is from real estate. If that all crashes, that's going to be effect to their market very heavy.
yeah. And
I don't see how not.
There's no way 70% of China's GDP is
China,
from real estate. It's mostly
China's-
from manufacturing.
China's GDP is 2%, and I saw the data is 2%. And Bisha can tell you because he has done the research.
2% of what?
No, China's GDP on real estate was 2%.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that's what I'm telling you. The magnitude, they have the resources to hold the macro shock, but the United States is in a complete different position. It's in the opposite. So if the Chinese virus comes in and play into our markets with the debt ceiling, it's equivalent to, let me put it the worst case scenario. It's like you facing a light machine gun, receiving 100 shots to the chest without ballistic vest. That's what is gonna be the debt ceiling with the Chinese virus in the markets. It's you have no armor to.
So you think this is going to affect more foreign markets for China than it is going to affect China?
Yeah, look at Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Australia is already being affected. They're still.
Sorry?
Yeah. China's already.
The industries in China, Australia are already being affected from it.
Yep. You know who's next?
The
UK.
Yeah.
Yeah, Europe's about to get
UK,
fucked up.
US.
Europe, Australia, and Germany, they're about to get wrecked. People don't realize it yet. The Euro junk bonds are already in the trash.
And here's the problem in the United States that people has not realized it yet. You guys know the money is covered on the banks with the FDIC insurance, which means it's guaranteed by the
Bottle
government.
of fucking water.
Only 250.
They started a sports team.
Let's say it's guaranteed.
Electric
Whatever,
car
it's guaranteed.
company.
So
No. You can't say it's guaranteed. It's only 250,000.
Yeah, that's fine. But I'm telling you, it's the idea that your money is guaranteed by the government. Let me finish it. So what happened is with the
Cheers,
debt
Ape Nation.
ceiling, the Treasury
Drink them,
has no
smoke them
money.
if you got them.
So if you have this financial crisis, how the government will pay you, even though they're supposed to be guaranteed the 250, whatever you have on the insurance. So that's the problem with the debt ceiling is stalled, and you have this financial crisis. People will collapse because you can't claim the money and the government can't pay you because there's no money in the Treasury. So that's the big issue that we're gonna have after this. I don't know how they're gonna manage it.
So Francis, let me ask you, what would you do if you had a bunch of money right now?
Cheers. Where do you put our money?
This was about to happen. Where would you put your money?
Me, I have invested in AMC. They have to bear my losses. But
right. No. I'm saying straight cash, no securities.
Precious metals.
No. This is a good question.
I don't know about all that,
I'm just asking.
I don't know about all
if
that.
you're
It's tough to say
asking
right now.
I don't crypto.
No. I'm saying after the squeeze, let's say we all make a bunch of money, right? We're all holding our accounts in U.S. dollars. What do you do with your U.S. dollars after that?
If I could, I would exchange them
first.
for Canadian dollars.
I've also heard the same thing. Yes, you're on the right track. But continue.
Oh, Jake, we understand how it's going to hit the U.S. economy, and we're getting there,
saying,
bro.
I mean, I will exchange the
good.
value for another currency and just bear it that way.
Yep. Okay. So what other currencies?
I wouldn't play the euro because the euro will depreciate.
Why?
I would
I'm
play.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just want to know why.
No, I will try to play a currency that I know will appreciate against the dollar. So that will be my gain. I will
Right.
get an extra gain. So I wouldn't
agree.
play. I wouldn't play
That's
the
a good
euro or
start
the
for
UK
sure.
pound.
The euro's going to tank. The US dollar's going to tank. You're right.
Yeah.
Probably Canadian or Swiss francs or some shit like that's probably going to be the best bet in the short to
I
mid
mean,
term.
Swiss francs are not bad because Switzerland is the laundry of the world, so they have enough reserves to hold any external shock. So Swiss francs are not bad either.
Hey, Francis.
Uh,
What is the Swiss franc backed by?
what was it?
What is the Swiss franc backed by?
Back to buy. What do you mean?
Backed by. Backed by. What is it backed by?
I don't know, man. I
Gold,
haven't seen
brother.
it.
I love gold.
Gold.
I love
Oh,
gold.
Gold.
no,
It's the only currency in the world that's backed by gold still.
No, I wouldn't play gold right now. That's my.
No,
I don't want to.
he's saying that the currency itself is backed by gold, whereas opposed to, as you know, the United States currency in the early 1970s became basically the petrodollar, which is backed by the OPEC cost of oil at the end of the day, whereas the Swiss franc is more backed by gold. So I think that's kind of what Kurt is getting at here.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't play gold right now given the scenario, but yeah, I mean, if you're saying gold is the safest asset in the market, yeah, it is. It's
No,
better than.
I'm not saying it's the safest one. There's definitely better ones. But it's one of the ones that are safer than others, right?
Not even. I wouldn't even play U.S. Treasury bonds.
Hey, Francis, what about silver? What do you think about silver? I'm just
I
picking your brain.
I have done my research on silver and I mean and because I read academic papers, they came up with the same conclusion: the silver and gold gives you the same returns and the same protections in crisis. I mean, it makes no difference if you go for silver and gold.
Okay, so what are you gonna do if? Okay, disregard what's going on in the market right now. Think about if you had $1 million and you knew something was gonna happen and you'd rather put it into something. What would you put that money into?
Me, bro, personally, I would just exchange it and keep it that way. Just do forex. Me personally.
Forex into what though? That's my question. Is like
Canadian dollars. I would do Canadian dollars.
Why is Canadian? Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I've heard the same thing that francs and Canadian dollars are similar in times of volatility and times of market downturn. Why is the Canadian dollar better, in your opinion, than a franc?
I mean, it really depends. Canadian.
Yes, it does depend, right?
It
You
really
have to give me
depends
a
on the
reason.
market, but like for my analysis, I use historic events, and I use, for
Past
instance,
history.
the what happened in 08. We have a small spike in US dollars, and then for some reason it just went up with the Canadian dollar faster than it went with the Swiss francs. So people were requesting more Canadian dollars in when 08 happened.
Is the Canadian dollar backed by anything?
I don't think so. I haven't checked. I don't think it's. I think only by the Bank of Canada, I believe.
And maple syrup.
Maple syrup. Hey, I'll take that. That's cool. They got a lot of maple syrup. You know what? Just historically, I think he means like historically, because in the past, when the United States dollar has decreased in value, the Canadian dollar has increased in value, and I think that's kind of what Francisco's getting at. And while it is, times are different now than they were when those issues occurred. I think history doesn't always repeat itself, but has a tendency to go and to have patterns. And I believe that's kind of what makes Francisco feel a little bit better about the Canadian dollar, in which I kind of agree. But at the same time, no, I like gold. I like precious metals, and I do like the Swiss franc. But I will say that as far as changing my money, I will be diversifying some into Canadian. I will be diversifying some other fiat into Swiss francs. And I will be diversifying a small percentage into various stable coins, and then a small percentage into other crypto as well, just to be a little bit more diversified. I will probably be keeping less money than ever in the US dollar. And that will, I'm sure that many people will likely do the same thing, and that will just be bad, that will continue to be bad for the value of the dollar also. So, yeah, I think a lot of smart investors are thinking the same thing. Aside from that, I do, once I've transitioned my money for the short term to protect it, I do plan to invest heavily in real estate and business and infrastructure. So that is something that I think would be, good for a lot of people if they're able to, as well as a good amount of land. I plan to get a lot of land, as well as, make sure that we have quarry rights to dig underneath it and sell out all the minerals underneath it as well. And, protect what's on top of it as much as possible, while at the same time using it for future development spaces. So I like it because the taxes on land are really cheap, and it's constantly appreciating in value. As long as you don't have to liquidate anytime soon, I think it's a wonderfully safe investment for the long term.
I totally agree. Hey, Francisco, while I have you, you seem educated about the Canadian market. Marvelous Gambit.
I'm not
Gambit.
Yeah, Truth. I'll ask about the
You know what
quantum
the
financial
Marvelous
system.
Gambit
What do
is?
you have in mind, brother?
I'm not Canadian, bro.
Yes.
Well, you seem
And I can see
educated
all
about
your
the
chats,
Canadian
and I
market,
would be
right?
glad to interact with your chats
Why I was
and the
asking.
space call at the same
You know what the
time.
Marvelous Gambit is?
Yeah, Truth.
No, I haven't heard.
Yeah, Truth. I'll ask about the
about
quantum financial system. What do you have? See all. You'll be glad to interact and the space call at the same time. Sorry, I forgot this wasn't muted.
So, some guy came into a space earlier and explained how you can trade US dollars for Canadian dollars through an ETF through your broker. Hold on. Marvelous Gambit. Never heard of it before, never tried it myself. Just wondering if you have any knowledge on it.
Hang on one second, brother. What did you say? What is it called? Something Gambit? What did you say? What is it called? Something Gambit? Hang on one second.
Here, I'll tweet it.
Yeah, please do, because I need to see that.
I'll tweet it.
Yeah, please do, because I need to see that.
Hold on.
What's your guys? I'm from Canada, but what's your guys? I'm from Canada, but what's your guys' capital gains tax over there in the States?
United States capital gains tax right now, I think it's around United States capital gains tax right now, I think it's around 23% if you make under $1 million, 23, and it's 46 if you make under $1 million, and it's 46% if you make over $1 million in capital.
Yeah, I was talking
need to make sure that
about.
So
I was
the
talking
H need to make sure
you have a
that-
TFSA about you don't pay any. If you have a TFSA in Canada, you don't pay any.
A TFSA, is that like a Roth IRA? A TFSA, is that like a Roth IRA?
Yeah, it's like a tax.
Oh yeah, is it an investment account or a savings account? For example, like in the bank, or like an investment savings account, for example, like in the bank, or like an investment you can put in stocks and bonds?
Both. I have to look more into that.
You can do both.
That's pretty cool.
I have to
know
look
that.
more into that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I didn't know that until I was talking to. I didn't know that until I was talking to Crinkle. Pretty much just said because we were in dispute. Just said I thought because we were in dispute. Just like at least. I thought you had no. You don't have to pay any percent at least. Oh, that's crazy. No, you don't have to pay anything.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's crazy.
That's pretty cool, though. I'll take it. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool, though. I'll take it. Do you guys hear, not to change the subject or anything, but do you guys hear, what do you guys know about the way that Tether is connected to Evergrande? What do you guys know about the way that Tether is connected to Tether, the crypto bank, Tether, the crypto company?
No idea.
No idea. Okay. No idea. My boy Peter Han. Well, my guy Peter Han, I should say. Well, my guy Peter Han, I should say. Some shit left and right. Some shit left and right. And a lot of
Yeah, I read it, but
and a lot of
read it. But he was like
Mhm.
plausible about it. He was like yeah, it sounds convincing. He was like, yeah, it sounds convincing.
That's how he is, man. Peter. That's how he is, man.
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah.
You know, one of the top dogs at this, one of the top dogs at this, in the city of Calgary. Fucking city can't go and say he can't go and say
got to be careful. He's got to be low key with He's got to be low key with
so he can't just come out and say shit. So he can't just come out and say shit. I'm my own boss. Like no one's gonna fire boss. You know what I mean? I'll say whatever the fuck I want. And I'll say whatever the fuck I want. He's got Peter. He's got village in the city and the village. He has to represent. He's got to represent. He has to represent. So he's got to be a lot more careful. So he's got to be a lot more careful. For sure.
Marcel, can you fix your string? Marcel, can you fix your string? You have an echo.
Yeah, brother. Let me see how to. Yeah, brother. Let me see how to fix that shit. How to fix that shit.
What worries me?
Is it an echo on the SpaceCall or on the? Is it an echo on the SpaceCall or on the stream?
Oh, Norbert Gambit. No. Oh, so it's.
I see. I apologize about that, guys. My apologies. It's fixed. Don't worry about it. I had two of the stream going at once. It's all good now. We're going right back into it. I apologize.
It's like a flat.
I see. I apologize about that, guys. My apologies. It's fixed.
Honestly,
don't worry about it. I had two of the stream going at once. It's all good now. We're going right back into it. I apologize.
I didn't have any idea what I was planning on doing forex.
Thanks everybody for the heads up. It's all good now. We're going right back into it. I apologize.
I didn't have any idea what I was planning on doing forex.
Thanks everybody for the heads up. It's all good now. We're going right back into it. I apologize.
I didn't have any idea what I was planning on doing forex.
Hey Marcel, you're echoing hard as fuck, and it's all. Yep, there you go. Okay.
No.
Go ahead, D Cruz, brother. By all means, man.
Yeah, D Cruz, bro. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if Evergrande's like their whole situation with their company, I was always wondering, like, in terms of what's going on now, like how many other companies are following suit that we don't even know about that might have similar business plans to what's going on with them. You know what I mean? Like this is exposing something might be bigger.
Look how many bankers have been arrested in China the past week. Just Google it. It's plenty.
I haven't checked that out. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah,
it's not only Evergrande anymore. It's plenty of them.
It's Lehman 2.0.
Literally, it is the Lehman moment of China for sure.
And for the world, I believe Goldman Sachs and all these banks, they're bringing the crisis like the Europeans bank did with Lehman.
And they're there's a lot of similarities too that a lot of people don't realize. There's a lot of similarities with Lehman and Evergrande, and especially in like the amount of liabilities and assets that they held. For example, Lehman had 600 billion in liabilities and around 500 billion in assets, whereas Evergrande has 400 billion in liabilities and less than 50 billion in assets at the moment. So they are far from liquid in any sense or form. These bonds, companies like Tether are directly related to them, the cryptocurrency company. And I've been speculating with Mr. Peter Han a lot lately, and he's kind of getting at the same thing, that I believe that the interfunctionality of Tether along with Evergrande Bank is going to cause them both to see possible complete bankruptcy, or at least take a massive correction to both their stock prices, which we've already seen in Evergrande, right? Because they're trading at like 36 American cents now.
So I'm already convinced that Evergrande is going to go bankrupt simply because there's already been another bank that has written a provision onto their balance sheet. And when you write a provision, there's basically an estimate of loss that you have to book not only to your balance sheet, but it also goes to your profit and loss statement. And once you do that, that's irreversible. So once you do that, especially a company that's related to Evergrande, it's pretty much solidifying the default of Evergrande. It's gonna go bankrupt for sure, like no doubt in my mind anymore. like, I've had doubts. I've been following this for more than a month. They are done. For sure. They are going to go bankrupt. Everyone who fucking put their money into that company is not going to get it back. That's for sure. The question is, are they going to get bailed out? I don't think so. And that's what you got to watch.
Cheers, Ape Nation. Smoke them and drink them if you got them.
If China does bail them out, it's going to be
Happy Saturday.
on the dollar.
Have a great weekend.
Like
Happy Sunday.
In 2008. But they didn't do that in 2008 because we're apparently more corrupt than China.
Should we bail them out?
That's what you got to look for this month.
Like, should there be a bailout, or would it be better for them to just crumble and move forward?
For us, it would be better if they just crumbled and moved forward. For the rest of the world, who's not holding the stonks, it would be better if they bailed them out. But they're not going to, because here's the thing: it's not China versus China at this point. It's China versus Hong Kong. You just go look at what was going on in Hong Kong 2 years ago, and tell me if they're gonna bail them out.
Yeah, they want to take Hong Kong back from the British.
Exactly.
Because Hong Kong is a protect overseas territory for Britain, so they're in a conflict with England, claiming that territory.
One more thing that a lot of people don't understand. I wanted to be clear: if Evergrande does come closer to defaulting on their debt, and they do need a government bailout, communist China would have absolutely no problem doing something that we've already seen here in America, and that would be taking all that bank's assets. So they could literally take that bank's assets, all of their apartments and condos and real estate holdings for themselves, and run them through their own property management company, rent them out to people if they want, and leave all of the debtors with, like you said, pennies on the dollar. So this could potentially give the Chinese government, which they already own the property, by the way, because in China, nobody owns property. You don't own the land. Sorry, you don't own the land. You only own you own the house that the land sits on, and you never finish paying it off. Because that's the way it works in China. It's their land. So now they're going to have all of these buildings and units practically for free, because their government's only going to have to pay, like you said, a dime for every dollar that's owed to the debtors in order to be able to tell them, all right, do you want something? I'll give you 10 cents on the dollar, or you can fuck off and take nothing. And that's what's going to happen, in my opinion. I don't know if they're going to bail them out, nationalize the bank, and then do that, or if they're going to just let them default completely, take all their assets, and then do that. But in my opinion, that's the way it's looking. And when that happens, you've got economies like Germany, whose largest receiver of export goods, which would be cars, is China, and as well as their largest import partner is China. And then you got others like Australia, on another continent practically, who's also has a main trade partner is China, and a lot of the banks are directly involved and are the secondary and third party bondholders. There are 129 banks that hold secondary bonds for Evergrande, and a lot of them are HSBC and Principal Bank, and all these other guys, BNP Paribas, and the list goes on. There's 129 banks that are going to be affected worldwide, and then all of their subsidiaries are also going to be affected. So there's that to think about.
And something I want to say in general, because in the U.S. lecture, nationalizing something, it seems bad, but in reality, it's not. I mean, I don't see it as a bad thing. Germany does it, like for instance with Lufthansa. Sweden did it with the banks. I mean, it's up to the government if they want to sell it back at later. But here comes the thing: why didn't they nationalize Evergrande? Because they could have done it and saved the whole market, and nothing happens. And then comes to the conclusion: they want to use it as a financial weapon. Otherwise, they would have nationalized the bank, and game's over. Nothing happened, and everybody keeps living the dream. But they didn't do it. So it just helps my thesis saying no, they want to use it as a financial weapon because the world has more to lose than China. I don't know, Boss Blunt
Yeah.
or Wet, if you agree with
Absolutely.
That's
it's gonna.
that's my
Sorry,
thesis.
go ahead.
No, I was saying that's my thesis. I don't know if Wet also agrees with me or you.
I mean, they've already started. As of September 19th, they've already started to start repaying investors with discounted properties. So I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know how they're planning to use it.
Just wait for tomorrow. Wait for tomorrow when they open this Hong Kong stock market.
Well,
If
it should
you
be
see that thing
opening
going
soon here,
even
brother.
further,
It should be opening here real soon, if I recall correctly.
No.
I'm sorry. It's Saturday.
Hang Seng is already in a bear market.
No, but I'm saying that I believe they're open tomorrow. They don't work Saturdays.
Yeah, no, I forgot. I thought it was Sunday. My bad. I'm used to always seeing it open at like around midnight, 1 a.m.
Yeah. It's morning over there. But I'm saying tomorrow we will see the behavior of the market. If they, because investors did not accept the discount or the arrangement. I mean, it's stupid. Nobody's gonna accept that deal. How are you gonna build those unexistent houses if you're receiving lower payments? And how you're gonna pay back the bonds? Makes no sense. The numbers don't
make any sense at all, does it?
Francis, let me ask you. Why are painters who are literally painting the apartments that they were building accepting homes as payment? Makes no sense.
Can you repeat it again, bro? I couldn't hear you. The signal went off.
The painters who are painting the apartments that Evergrande was building are getting paid in the apartments that they were painting. How does that make any sense?
Maybe there were some investors, or they were holding some of the shares of the company. I don't know, and they're getting some dividends. Plus, they're paying mortgages. I don't know.
No. It's just it's desperation. They have no other way of paying them. It's literally a liquidity crisis. They don't have cash. The only way to pay them is through the things that they were working on. That's incredible. That's like you working at a Ford factory and building an F-150 and then being like, okay, so we can't pay you this week, so instead we're going to give you this F-150. You're going to be able to drive it home, but when you get home, you're not going to be able to eat anything because we gave you a Ford instead of giving you cash. Makes no fucking sense.
And you know what's one problem real estate has? They always have to give, and like when they start doing this home projects, you give them a money in advance so they can start building. But the problem is, are they gonna really use it to start building or not? And that's the main issue. They receive all these whatever what would you call them? Fuck, I forgot the word. I forgot the word. Well, the first payment, right? First payment, and you give them, I don't know, 20K, and you expect them to start building 100 houses with all this pool of money. And when you realize it, they were gambling the money somewhere else, and that's the issue right now with Evergrande. The money doesn't exist, nor the houses. So I don't know where they're making the discount on the land.
Hey, I got a question for you guys right here. Somebody asks, let me see here. I just lost a question there. They were asking, will the U.S. choose to default in light of the Evergrande issue? Asks, Showpill asks, will the U.S. choose to default in the light of the Evergrande issue?
It's a good question. I don't know.
I've been thinking about it for a while.
It's a really complicated question.
Yeah, it depends how. If you ask me, let's say the Evergrande thing takes some time. For instance, 2 weeks, and the U.S. default, we will default, and then the Evergrande spillover hits us, then we're screwed. But if, let's say next week CNBC says the all banks are defaulting because the Evergrande hit us bad, then the Congress will address it and provide some bailout. It really depends on the timing. That's my conclusion. It really depends on the timing. But if you ask me now, no Evergrande thing with defaulting. I don't know if
that was a great question. Yeah, that was a great question. I'm going to bring Vishal up just so he can speak as well, because he's so knowledgeable. Vishal has a blog that he actually did some due diligence with myself on, and I had him on my YouTube channel, and they did absolutely killed it, man. They knocked it out of the park. Let me get him on up here. Yeah, people got a couple quick questions. Like, for example, they're wondering about, the quantum system. What is it that you want to know about the quantum banking system? I don't understand what that question is. Sorry, Truth. I got a couple people asking, like, if this is going to affect companies like here, like brokerages. How do you think it's going to affect brokerages? The Evergrande situation. Do you think it's just going to be just banks or other entities as well?
Everything is connected.
It's gonna affect everyone across the world. The thing is, like, it starts in one place, and everyone thinks it's just, a domino that falls in one country. The thing is, the world is so connected at this point.
It broke the support.
Yeah.
And now everybody's on losses, and we're having margin call on Monday.
Yes. The world is so connected at this point that it's not only going to affect us, it's going to affect everyone. It's going to start... It basically set up a domino in China. That domino falls in China. Eventually, it makes its way to Europe. After Europe, it's going to cross the ocean, and it's going to fall in the U.S. Think about this. Why did Lehman Brothers collapse in 2008 eventually affect the rest of the world in the way that it did, right? Like, think about that. Why does one company failing in the US affect the global market? Think about that.
If you're asking, it's because all these assholes rehypothecate and use something called bilateral netting in order to trade derivatives of 190 trillion fucking dollars. That's about as simple as I can put it, man. Maybe show up, man. Let me know your input, man. What do you think is going on over here with Evergrande, bro? Run me through it. I know your new due diligence has been incredible, man. Tell me about it, man. I'll go to it right now if I can. I know exactly where to find it from Nishant. We got audio. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, well, since he can't hear me at the moment, Wet Dirt Kurt, can you send me, or whoever it was, I believe it was Kurt, can you send me that video again, man? I need to replay that, and I lost it. It was posted up at the top. Share it up here to the top of the space, please, because that was fantastic. It's that 10-minute video about China. That was incredible.
Yeah, he showed me that earlier. That is great for anybody who hasn't seen or doesn't know, or anybody who does know, like, what's going. I mean, that's a great, definitely check it out.
And in case anybody's wondering, in the stream, I'm currently displaying on YouTube all of the links that we were discussing. For example, right now, Kurt shared something called Norbert's Gambit for Dummies, exchanging Canadian dollars to US dollars the smart way, and vice versa. So they give us quite a few techniques out there that are pretty easy in order to be able to exchange your fiat for other other types, if you think that's something that would be beneficial to you. You know, for example, like we were talking about earlier about Tether, Peter Hahn had posted on LinkedIn that he ran across some posts on Twitter that made him think. It says, consider this: if Tether claims they are backstopping their Tether issuance, and that a significant portion of that backing is in the form of commercial paper, where is that from? If it's from Chinese banks and Chinese property developers, then how is the commercial paper portion of Tether's balance sheet going to look right now? And if this company actually does default, what's going to happen to Tether and cryptocurrencies? Because if anybody here, maybe my man Jackson Hunter that just jumped into the SpaceCall can tie in on this if he wants to. But I think that having the possibility that Evergrande and then Tether, because their commercial paper is tied to these Chinese banks and property developers possibly going south together, it's a pretty damn scary thought for both the real estate market worldwide, bonds worldwide, and cryptocurrency and retail investors in it. What do you guys think?
He had his hand up before me, so.
Dude, don't raise your hand. Let's just start speaking. Let's go with it. No worries, man. Someone else starts speaking. Let them talk, and we'll come back.
I haven't looked into it a whole lot yet, but from what I've seen so far is, there is a lot of paper, a lot of bonds that are held by Tether, and I don't know how much of them are tied into Chinese companies, but I want to get digging into that because I completely agree with that, and that how that could affect crypto, and that could start a lot of things off here. So definitely something to check out.
Yeah, I think so as well. D. Cruz, man, go ahead, brother. If you got any comments or questions, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, this is kind of an aside and just a general thing. I was looking at that 6 months ago with the Peter, the chairman of Interactive Brokers, and how he was kind of insinuating that the SEC shouldn't have any implied implications into doing anything. And the guy was basically like, well, what do you mean? Like, wouldn't that be the best case scenario? And he was like, no, think about it for a second. Like, it needs to run its course. But I was just wondering in terms of what everybody else here thinks about that, because, like, I don't know. I kind of got it, but I just kind of hammer that out.
What D. Cruz is now is pull it up and show it to everybody if you guys want, but it is actually the Interactive Broker chairman. His first name is Peter. I can't recall his exact last name at the moment, but he was speaking on GameStop because he was asked directly about Game, and he basically said, no, he literally flat out came out and said that this stock is so heavily shorted that the only way that it will ever, be corrected is when the short becomes completely liquidated. He literally came out and said that, yes, on national television. He's a fucking OG. He's a gangster. Guy's like in his 60s. He's a chairman for Interactive Brokers, a brokerage firm that's been in business for 42 years. He doesn't give a shit, what he says. It's not like he's a shareholder. So that he said it. I'm going to pull it up right now if I could find it. We are going a little off subject, but no, I thought it was pretty cool, man. I'm glad that he came out and said it.
Yeah, I just found it interesting.
Oh, absolutely, man. I've followed him. He was one of the first people I found here, and not that he's in the community a whole lot or whatever, but I don't know what led me to checking out his information, but yeah, I just wanted to throw that in.
That's dope. I'm gonna let a couple people. Sorry for the silence. I'm just trying to add a couple people that are requesting to step up because I want to hear from everybody. And Francisco also accidentally got dropped from the space call, so I'm just literally letting them back in the call right now. What's up, Jake? Thanks for coming up. What's up, all you guys? Hope everyone's having a great night, great day. Go ahead, you guys can speak freely. That guy, please, I'd love to hear from you, man. You guys don't have to raise your hands.
I have a serious question. Well, not serious, but it's just a question. I've been on vacation for the past week, so I've missed quite a bit. But I've looked into just a tiny bit of the Evergrande issue. And from what I saw, Evergrande owns like 2% of like the Chinese housing market. And they're looking to now sell off properties at discounts to cover their debts. And my question is, how can they feasibly do that when people know that it's like worthless? Because the property values, the housing values, the construction values are all like falsely inflated. So why would they even begin to consider selling them and hoping people would pick them up knowing that? It's an actual question. I'm just curious if someone could explain it.
Well, they are going to try to sell them. But the reason they can't just sell them off and get a lot of money for them is because they have so much property that when you start fire selling things like that, it just reduces the value of their assets even further. Mm-hmm. So basically, think of it this way: for every like 10 apartments that they sell, they're reducing what they're going to be able to sell the next 10 by 0.5% or 1%. And then they have to do this with many tens of thousands of apartments, maybe more. I say apartments because they have mostly apartments, not homes over there, and condos. So it's a very bad situation in the sense that if they do that, it's going to put them for water and put them. I don't know if you guys, but they've already got bankruptcy attorneys. They've got bankruptcy attorneys that are going to be that they're already on their payroll that have been working there for the better part of a week and a half, 2 weeks. So this is almost an inevitability, and they're currently trying to quote unquote restructure, but I don't think that's going to work out. These people are are breaking down the doors to their headquarters. These people are taking hostages because Chinese people households have almost 75% of their household wealth tied up in real estate. And a lot of these companies, for example, this developer like Evergrande, they have a ton of fucking money from people that they've not delivered a single home on. They, like the distress, Los Angeles Times posted recently that property giants like Evergrande have boomed in the last few decades on a model of fast borrowing and fast expansion, relying on cash flow from apartments as it would someday build to construct apartments it had already sold. They were taking money from Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah, I'll gladly pay you tomorrow for a cheeseburger today.
And once there was no more Peters to borrow from because the situation changed and there's already a 42% vacancy rate and nobody else needs more apartments, all the Pauls are going to get left holding the bag. And that's all these people you see crying their eyes out, storming the fucking headquarters, trying to break in, demanding their money back, protesting. They got the fucking, the Chinese National Guard out there. It's their bonds are worthless.
If I can, just one last question, and then I'll step down so someone else can take it. But how reliable is the info that they actually have to pay debts back on Monday?
Well, they don't necessarily have to pay debts back on Monday, but the buying, it literally, as of today, it already started. They've already started offering people apartments in lieu of the money that they promised because they don't have any money. They've got very, very little liquid funds. Okay. And they owe money. Evergrande owes money to 128 different banks, according to CBC.ca, a Chinese reporting company. All right, they're behind on almost 1 out of every 20 property sales. So for every 20 properties that they own, they're behind on the construction of it. So there's a lot of people out there, that are affected by it in China and in Asia. And then the banks that own the bonds that are global, that are the secondary holders of these bonds for Evergrande, are based in Australia and Europe and America and South America and all these other countries. So if you guys have not seen this, China's literally has ghost cities, okay? And these ghost cities are, these ghost cities are literally just completely full of apartments and roads and stoplights, and they're never used. Nobody ever visits them. And there's a video that we showed just a few days ago of them imploding 18 skyscrapers all at once because they were all empty and unsellable. We have a couple people here.
Marcel.
Yeah.
No, because Bisha wrote on the Discord, so I'm just gonna read what he say.
Awesome.
It says, anyways, here is how this crisis came to fall. China has a central planning system. Initially, targets are set at the central level, which is percolated to regions and cities, and mayor has to deliver the growth target. When it was underdeveloped, it was easy to achieve the targets due to low-hanging fruits. As market matures and real estate parcels became difficult to obtain, they had to game the system and expand outside of cities. Companies like Evergrande use money for projects to buy additional land parcels and develop new projects. As time progressed, it became difficult to grow at the rates.
I got you guys. Don't worry about it. I'll fix it.
There will be a higher shortage, a supply chain at China's level. I don't think it's gonna affect China's supply chain at Chinese level, but it will affect international markets. I would say. I mean, our supply chain. I mean, the local at least, and things that are not imported from China, because right now China is trying to protect its internal market, like Chinese market, labor market, and all those markets locals. So the crisis does not affect normal people's life, the Chinese people's life. But if this triggers our markets, probably you have companies going bankrupt and people will lose their jobs. Probably, let me just give you an example. I don't know. Johnson and Johnson, for instance. Johnson and Johnson is in big exposure in China with the bonds. they filed for bankruptcy here, so we don't get any more powder from Johnson and Johnson. So you will have that issue. But the Chinese supply chain, no, I don't think it's gonna be affected. But our supply chain is gonna get worse, I will say, depending on how big the crisis is gonna be for us. It depends if companies survive the exposure or not. That depends. They will have to fire workers. If they fire workers,
let me know if any sound audio issues
market.
again. Thank you, chat. Ape Nation,
And that
appreciate
will
all
trigger
you and
inflation
mods.
even further. But here comes the thing, and that's what I'm asking myself. If you have this increasing inflation, the normal thing will be to increase interest rates. But if the whole economy collapses, you have to propose an expansionary monetary policy, not a contractionary monetary policy. And here's the problem: we're already in a liquidity trap. So you can lower your interest rates more than from what they are. They're already almost at zero. So that's bringing a lot of problems, and especially if we have this crisis coming up, I don't know what the Fed is gonna do. I really don't know, because when they were supposed to lower rates, they're gonna increase them. So they're gonna have a big problem, and demand is gonna contract even further. There's gonna be a lot of problems.
The dark winter is coming.
Yeah, it's from what I'm saying, is a lot of problems coming up.
Can I ask a question about China?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so this is a thought. What's up, Jake, by the way?
What's up, Jake?
This is just a thought that I kind of just like, it's broad generalities, so, you know, excuse the lack of specifics, but the thought is that China has, you know, if you go back 20 years, they set their timeline for, what, 2040? 2045, you know, to overtake, you know, and they went crazy. I mean, we just talked about the cities they built, stuff like that, but they did it by building up.
I think the call might have crashed.
My memory finally came back.
All right, Ape Nation, that was fun, but our call crashed. Let's get it going again. So we got some great people set up, ready to talk next. We'll make this thing work. Gotta love it, huh? Technology, so good and so bad at the same time. BossBlunts ThinkTank, round 3. Let's do it. YouTube SpaceCall. I love it. YouTube SpaceCall interactive. Thanks again for the question about inflation. That was really great. And thank you so much for your contribution and your donation. Thank you very much, all of you guys. Alex Rakant, thank you. 25% of all donations are donated to charity. All right, let's do it. Round 3, interactive Q&A. YouTube SpaceCall on AMC GME Evergrande Bank, the United States and global economies, macroeconomics, inflation, the whole fucking 9 yards. So, here we go. Wow, that's fast. Boom, boom, boom. All right, got about 24 people in there in about 1 second. Let me share the tweet. Okay, there's another 35, 50. All right. Share it again. Let's people roll in here. Hey, thank you for all the 300 people, 290 people watching, however many. Thank you guys. I appreciate every single one of you. I apologize if I didn't see your chat. I'm going to try to look at it more here. was having some technical issues with SpaceCall and some echoes, so apologies. Yo, welcome back, friends. Sorry about that. You know how it is. Gotta love YouTube SpaceCalls crashing. Let me add the requested guests back up here. I was really pumped to hear what you guys had to say. I see some faces that I've heard speak before, and some new faces as well. So everyone's welcome. All right, yeah, send me a request, and I'll definitely approve you. I'm sorry if you send a request and I don't approve you right away. Give it some time because we can only have a certain number of people. So moderators, let's limit it to only maybe 7 people. 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make it 8 people maximum at one time. So we'll have somebody step down. So instead of when we have more than 8 people in the space call, we can take it down a notch. Look at this. Look at this bitch over here. But hey, man, yeah. I don't know if Kurt's in here yet. I don't think I see him. But let me get this space call launched on my computer as well. And hey, Jake, how's it going, man?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm great. It's nice to meet you, brother. What's going on?
So I was in the middle of asking Francisco, and then it died. But just to like recap what we
Hey, Jake, how's it going, man?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm great. It's nice to meet you, brother. What's going on?
So I was in the middle of asking Francisco, and then it died. But just to like recap where we are. So my thought process is basically, yeah, China had this goal, right? 2040, 2045, and then they were using the American strategy. And by the way, this is my own thought. I'm not speaking from any point of authority. This is just me thinking. So I don't know what I'm talking about at all. I just read stuff. And it seems like they were using kind of the American method to do it. They were building up the middle class, right? So they got a middle class that was, started to get rich, just like kind of ours did back in the day. Whereas we're lessening our middle class, they were growing theirs. Now I'm curious because China has always had the approach, they've always had the stance that whenever we bail out our banks, that it's a bad thing. Whenever we charge, daddy's credit card, it's a bad thing. But it seems like they're going to have to do the same thing now. And I guess my question is, are they going to do it? And if so, what is the ramifications on their middle class? Because if their middle class takes a hit, that slows down their train quite a bit, at least as far as I can tell. That's it.
Well, from the threads that I have read about this, yes, the Chinese people, on any report you can read on this, they have a better quality of living, standard of living, you would say. Their consumptions levels are higher than they were 30 years ago. So you see an improvement based on the policies from the Chinese government, and I mean on the welfare, because you see their consumption is higher from what was 30 years ago. The problem, it's the right now that consumption it's probably gonna contract, and that's what the Bank of China is preventing it from happening, because they don't want another Asian crisis like in the 87, or it was in the 80s, it was somewhere that time, and they don't want that. That's why they're injecting liquidity to the market, but they're not precisely saving Evergrande. They're not saving the bank as Evergrande. They're saving the market and the consumption from the people. Yeah, so they acknowledge that they acknowledge their losses. We're not saying the Chinese people are not having losses. We're seeing them, but they're trying to prevent an internal crisis in China. They're letting the crisis go somewhere else, but not in China.
Right. Okay.
That's what they're doing.
So follow up on that. Do you think that the recent aggression, like as far as Taiwan is concerned, has to do with the fact that China has known that this implosion is happening, and they're taking a playbook out of the American playbook, where we, when things get tough, you start a war and it distracts.
More than that, I would say it's financial takeover. It's more make the Chinese make China has the financial superpower. So basically, I'm not arguing with COVID. I'm not getting into that, saying China made the virus, blah, blah. I'm not getting into that. I'm seeing from a macro perspective, this is to me a tool to, given the weakness that everybody is, and the level of over leverage the whole worldwide market is due to quantitative easing. To me, this is a financial weapon. So it's a way to take down all the big economies: UK, the US, Canada, Germany, France. So they can, and the only one who is getting away with it is China, because they're not letting their own internal consumption get affected. Let's see how their internal policies go in or play out. I'm not sure yet how they're gonna play out, but that's the idea of what the Chinese government is doing. They're trying to prevent their local markets from being affected. Now, the thing is, to me, right now they got America in a very bad spot, because here's the thing: our banks, they're really over leveraged and everything is connected, right? So if one falls, the other one will follow. And this is what I was getting to. The problem is with the debt ceiling, the government can do two things: either provide you a bailout, nor can give you unemployment benefits, nor can give you your money through the FDIC insurance policy. Remember, your money is guaranteed by the government at up to 250. So in your mind, your money is always guaranteed by the government. So you never go to the bank and take that money out of the system and make the system go broke on money. So, but if the government has the constraint of the debt ceiling, and we found ourselves with the Chinese, the Evergrande virus in our books, and this tackles down the whole financial market, the whole thing will go explosive, because the government, the first thing people will do is go to the bank and get money. And if the Treasury can't provide you money because the FDIC, it's tied to the debt ceiling, it's going to be a huge problem, and it's going to create an internal crisis never seen before, because people will run to the bank and say, well, my money is back up, yeah, but I can't do anything. The debt ceiling is there. The Treasury will say, I can't do anything. I can pay you, but tell your Congress people to expand the debt ceiling, otherwise I can't do anything. And they will do something about it. I'm not saying they're not going to do it, but the crisis will be there for a minute. That's what I'm saying. You will have that crisis for 2 days or 3 days until they pass an emergency bill approving the debt ceiling. But you will have that internal crisis for a minute. That's what I'm saying. You will have it.
I have a feeling that, and this may be a little conspiratorial, but I have a feeling like we're on this precipice of the economic equivalent of like nuclear war between countries. Like basically everyone's over leveraged, and now that even like it's happening in China, which is economists for the last 20 years have basically been saying that China is the only one with their books in order, and now it's starting to happen with them. It seems like the dominoes are going to fall, and it seems like this is it's like everyone's gambling on who's going to recover first, and that's what seems like is going to happen. And I don't know who's going to recover first, but it seems like it's going to take out quite a bit of the world economy in the process, and pretty quickly.
Honestly, yesterday I had a SpaceCall and people were asking me how much you think we're gonna decrease. I mean, for instance, myself, I can't tell you. Even if I'm an economist, I can't tell you how much we're gonna decrease, because we don't. It's like an earthquake. I can't predict damages until the earthquake destroys the city, and then we estimate costs. So it's the same thing with GDP. We can estimate how much it's gonna cost, but just looking at the magnitude from this perspective, like just like that, it's gonna cost us at least 10 years of growth for minimum. It's a whole decade of recovery, and I don't think America will recover, because if China takes us down financially, they're not gonna let us go up again. They're just gonna let us be there.
Well, I mean, yes, and I agree with that. The only problem with that is if we go down, they eventually go down. There's the percentage of consumable goods from China is the United States. And you can look at Western Europe, sure, but it's still a fraction. And by the way, if we go, then Western Europe goes. So now you're looking at no one buying these goods. It's a domino effect. It doesn't like it's it's cutting off your tongue, or was it cut off your nose to spite your face? But it doesn't work. And here, hold on, and then I'll say one thing, and then I'll shut up. I really do think that what's happening in Taiwan is, I think this is to fix what's going on right now, because I think every time you're about to have an economic collapse, what do? You start a war, and I think that's what's about to happen right now. So.
No, and under the same argument, we can add Hong Kong. Remember, they're fighting the Britons with Hong Kong. They're fighting Taiwan with the Americans, and they're fighting Hong Kong with the British. So Hong Kong is also in the same package, if we're going to add that.
Different, though. They're very different. Very different. So Hong Kong was, as we all know, Hong Kong was handed over. They had a deal with the United Kingdom, and that was handed over. And they've slowly been losing their autonomy over the years. Whereas Taiwan is completely different. Taiwan was protected by the U.S. I mean, we threatened China with nukes before China had nukes, and we put fleets in front of it. But now, years later, 50 years later, now we're not looking so good to protect them. And it's looking like, and things are heating up. I mean, they are really heating up right now. And I just wonder if it happens to be because China is facing these economic hardships.
I don't think they're the causes, but the results. What I mean is, they're not part of the cause of why taking the whole world down, but just the result of it. Like, you're trying to take the US and the UK financially so that you can take later Taiwan and Hong Kong from their hands, and no problem. You know what I mean? It's not like they're not tanking the whole world just for those two places. It's just, to me, it's not necessary. They will get it in the end through the goals. It's part of the goals, yeah, but it's not. I don't think it's the main objective. The main objective is to take over the whole financial world, and everybody's depending on China, just like the US right now with the whole world. That's, I think, the main goal. That's a second objective, let's say.
Oh, I completely agree with you there. And there's some people with their hands up, so I'll shut up.
I was just gonna ask, it's pretty self-explanatory if they don't and America defaults on their debt, but what happens if they extend the debt? Like, what's the repercussions if we decide to go ahead and just extend it?
Yeah, your question, it's pretty valid. I mean, you're Canadian or you're American?
Canadian.
Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, here's the thing. I'm gonna make you a different question. If you want the US dollar, right, and your debt is in US dollar, does it make any sense if you default?
No.
Exactly. Yeah. It makes no sense. But here's the thing: if Paul wants tomorrow to cancel the US national debt, he can do it. The problem is that you have a political constraint to approve budgets.
It's hard Congress to think of that, Dade.
And you have people that still believe in the pay-as-you-go system, meaning what you collect in taxes is what you use to finance spending, and that's not true. It's not true. Why it's not true? Because some people probably haven't heard me before or haven't seen my tweets. Why I'm saying that? Because when you make your taxes in January to April, even in June if you extend or you reach an agreement with the IRS. So when the government does the budget or approve budgets in January, so they're not relying on what they collect or what they do not. If it's more or less for the fiscal year, they don't care because they already approve budget. Why? Because they can borrow themselves from the Fed. So when they tell you what you tax, and this is the same thing for the UK and Canada and Australia, because they can borrow from their own central bank. But this cannot apply to Europe because the central bank does not address one government but 28 countries. So it's a different thing. The European Union works with the pay-as-you-go system, but the U.S. does not. And the problem is that you have a political constraint. In theory, we should never default on our debt, because it makes no sense. If you own your currency and the debt is in your currency, it makes no sense to default. But unfortunately, you depend on political constraint, meaning you depend on Congress. And if these guys, they say no, the debt is too high, we have to pay it somehow. And that's the political constraint you have. The political constraint is in Congress because you need the votes, but does not mean that politically it's a financial hurdle to extend your debt 20 more times or 50, whatever you give the number. It makes no difference. If that was the case, right? If that was the case, the United States debt over GDP is 108%. Japan is 266. If that was the case, Japan already would default, and they're not having default, or because their debt is already unpayable. If you're saying 266% over GDP should be unpayable, but why do they not file for bankruptcy? Because they can. They own the currency, and the debt is in their own currency. It makes no sense. And that's the issue, that when you have a conservative and people, I know we don't get political, but as an economist, I have to be political because I have to sustain my policies, my economic policies. So that's why I have to be political. So when people tell me that we have to address debt because that will affect future generations, let me ask them, when it was World War II, did they care about how much we were expending in World War II, and that will affect people in the 80s? Because the war was in the 40s. And would that affect the generations in the 80s? That I know the best generation in America was in the 80s. So, and we were spending like crazy. Nobody cared how much we were spending in World War II. So it makes no sense. The debt ceiling, expanding the debt ceiling makes no sense not to do it. But they're using it as a leverage. And it's just political. But economically speaking, we should never default on our debt. Makes no sense. Otherwise, we'd have done it. Why would I? Why? How can I say? Well, you got me. You got my point. So it's more political. It's not economically. The problem is not economic. It's political.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
You're a fucking gangster, bro. God damn.
Bro, the problem is,
geez, man, if I didn't know better, I think you had like a master's degree in economics or something. In case you guys don't know, he does.
The problem is that as an economist, I have to be political, because if I want to prove my point or my policies, I have to address politically. It's not like I can be centrist or I have to be conservative. I have to explain it with fundamentals. It's not like I can just say it out loud because I believe ideologically that it's that way. So I have to be political, even though I know people are probably conservative or liberals or whatever the case is. But I have to make my point. Otherwise, I can sustain my policies, or they will not be accepted.
Honestly, when it comes to finance and geopolitics, I don't understand how anyone could be liberal or conservative. Like, you have to just be open-minded, because it changes so much. And if you have a bias, then you have no point of reference, because it's not about liberal or conservative. It's just about how it is. It's ones and zeros.
Exactly. But like I'm saying, for instance, if I want to predict a crisis, it's not like I can just say, yeah, we're going into a crisis. I have to see the whole political behavior. For instance, in Washington, I have to see how many Democrats are liberal, how many are conservatives, if my policy is viable given this political constraint. So I have to be political, even if I don't want to, because I have to see if my policy will agree with all those 50 senators or Republicans or Democrats, whatever the case is. So it's pretty difficult. I mean, having Congress, it's difficult because it doesn't let you have a political constraint to do things.
I have another question as a follow-up. Like, this has to go with Biden. Do you guys I've heard many talks of people saying people might be getting rid of Biden somehow, but is that a possibility?
Uh, Impeaching a president is harder. It's not that easy. First of all, like any bill, you need 2/3 in the Senate, and Democrats won't give the votes. Probably all Republicans will, in case. I mean, let's say they're all, hey, Biden. Yeah, in the worst case scenario, and they say, yeah, we give the 50 votes. You still need to convince 10 Democrats, and that's not gonna happen. And vice versa. It's difficult. It's difficult.
Yeah,
And,
they can only have 3 Democrats disagree. So if it's all on the Democrats, only 3 can say that they disagree with with either of these bills, and the bipartisan is out the window. So if we can't, usually we can't have half the Democrats agree on something, let alone all of them. Wow, what the fuck's gonna happen next? Alex, go ahead, brother.
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
Not much, Alex. Thanks for stepping up, man. It's nice to meet you. It's good to finally speak to you.
Yeah, you too. I just had a question, or I was wondering if you managed or got the time to look into that thing that other guy earlier was talking about, or his DD, about like moving the dates for futures contracts.
Yeah. Say that one more time for me. The due diligence regarding which contracts? The futures contracts, was it?
Yeah, like that guy, he put out that DD on Super Stonks, like talking about how people were like moving the dates for the futures, and that's why we didn't see the price action some of us thought we would see on Thursday and Friday.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I'm going to try to pull that up and see if I can do it without giving away somebody's information. But there's talk that the reason Goldman Sachs has only $380 billion in assets and over $40 trillion in liabilities is due to the fact that they may be the ones taking the fall for a lot of this, which I already expected or kind of thought was going to happen, because when you have $380 billion in assets and $42 trillion in liabilities, notional derivative losses, not actual realized losses yet, but still, they're not in good shape at all. So it could be a possibility that they did not roll the contracts, and maybe Goldman's going to eat them, and that possibly that might have been why we saw Citadel emptying their fucking office building. I have no idea, man. But yeah, that's a great point. I'm actually looking for it as we speak. Do you know anything else about it? You can drop any knowledge on it, because I'm pretty sure it was from my boy Zoolander over on Twitter, and he's posted it on Reddit on Superstocks.
Yeah, no, I don't really know anything more about it. I just read what he put out. It seemed kind of weird that they're just like able to kind of like move the goalpost, I guess.
Yeah, I don't want to show this one because this one he says marked as draft, so I'm trying to find the right one. But yeah, I don't know if they've moved the goalpost or removed the goalpost. So literally to the point where they know they're going to default, they know what's going to happen on the debt ceiling, or when the stock market crashes, whether or not the debt ceiling occurs because of that, whether or not they make an agreement or not, whether or not they raise the debt ceiling and agree on the $3.5 trillion spending package. What this summary is saying is that they're basically, with the future cycle, it's been constantly rolled over, but we didn't see the price action for it on the 15th, 16th, and 17th, because in my opinion, they can be futures contracts. They can be traded up until the 15th, Wednesday the 15th, or Friday the 17th, because that is the last day of expiration for a lot of them on this future cycle. And here it is. So I can display it on the screen for everybody. And what's going on with this is, I'll run you guys through it, but basically the concept is the futures expiration dates was on September 17th. However, these things have a T+1, T+2 settlements on them. So we should have seen them. We should have seen them already, if not on the 17th, the ones that we did see price action for, we're going to see that on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, in my opinion. So it's really quite interesting. I don't know if any of you guys are following along, or many of you guys are following along on the YouTube the YouTube channel that we have, but I have the SpaceCall going along with YouTube in the hopes that, you know, people can follow along with what's going on the screen.
Yeah, I
And
just
so
watched your
luckily we've
live.
got over. Awesome, that's
From
great.
last night.
There's like 300 people in the live, and I'm so glad that you're all here. Tara, thanks for coming. But I'll run you guys
The
through this. If
invite, I'll
anybody's
tweet it
watching
out.
live, sweet, please do. If you guys are watching on the
You
live, you can see everything that I'm talking about on the Reddit post right now. And I'm going to go through this. I'm going to take 2 minutes to go through this real quick. All right, and the summary is like this. It's imagine you're playing chess and you're one move away from being checkmated. You decide to change a rule to move your king out of danger. Would you not use it if you could? You know, this is what they think happened to futures contracts. They think that instead of, I believe, you know, Zoolander, Reddit user GFountyYC, believe that they did not roll the contracts, possibly because they plan to default on them. So he says that the last few weeks have been filled with anticipation of the fall futures rollover window for IMM dates. For people that don't know, that's international money markets. These are what the rollover windows are, the ability to close out your credit default swaps and your futures trading contracts, 3 month, 6 month, 9 month, 12-year, 20-year or more. These things go for decades. And that's why they can short companies and roll over these futures from 2005, 2006, 2010, 2012 until today. That's why you see future cycles. Anyways, he says, I think I've solved why there wasn't the same price action during this window, and my hypothesis will go into the depth. And it is a hypothesis at that. The CME Group is a counterparty to Goldman Sachs and other short hedge funds. And they moved a giant bag of shit, well, short positions on meme stocks, because these meme stocks are doing great because nobody's fucking selling them. And they have good fundamentals, but they continue to increase their short positions because they can't get out of them because they're so far over leveraged that if they do, they'll go bankrupt. And so the CFTC let them transfer those positions. For those of you that are unaware, the CFTC is the Communities Futures and Trading Commissions. They let them trade those positions, transfer them as realized losses, you know, through a clearinghouse and global systematic important bank. Now, that's his hypothesis. My hypothesis is that they possibly rolled them over on the 17th. And then because it's T+1, T+2 settlement, we'll see that price action happen on Monday and Tuesday, which the dates for that would be September 20th, September 21st. That's why. So I was super bullish on the 15th, 16th, and 17th. And a lot of people were upset because the price for companies like AMC and GameStop went down, which made sense because they were shorted to high hell, and these short hedge funds lost hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 3 days alone of last week, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, to short them, in which these stocks gained all their value back anyway, every dollar they were shorted, because they were rolling over these futures contracts. And just to get down to it, this is what it looks like for those of you that are unaware. There are futures rollovers periods. They begin on one date and they end on another date. This year, it was from February 23rd through March 11th of 2021. That was the rollover period. And when that happened, you saw the price of GameStop, COS, BBY, Express, and AMC all go shooting up. Okay, and at the same time, we had the same thing in a run-up in June. And again, we've got the futures rollover period, which if you can't see it on the screen, I'll move it over. That's for September. Okay, and it's from August through September, August 25th through September 17th, in my opinion. So because 17th is the last day for these futures contracts to be rolled over, and they're T+1, T+2 settlement, and it's a weekend. So that doesn't count Saturday, it doesn't count Sunday. Every contract that was closed on Friday should show some price action on the 21st or the 20th or the 21st, depending on if it was a futures or a credit default swap. So that's where we are on that concept. I do believe that we are going to see some incredibly bullish price action. And I do agree with a lot of things that he said, that Zoolander, Twitter user Zoolander, Reddit user GFounty said about Goldman Sachs possibly maintaining this stuff here. There's a lot of letters to the CFTC where they try to, move some things around about the underlying position. But I'm not sure if that really matters anymore, because as of the most recent Phase 5 regulations, a holding company, will not be considered separate asset and liabilities than a regular company. So a company like Citadel cannot use a shell holding company, or a company like Goldman Sachs cannot use a shell holding company and overseas to hold liabilities, for example, or hold assets and let them go underwater in order to save themselves anymore, because Goldman Sachs is still the owner of the underlying asset or liability. Does that make sense? So I know
Yeah, boss.
I'm going off a little bit, but it sounds very complicated, but basically just...
Yo, boss.
Yo, what's up?
Boss, can we bring Wiki up? He has some relevant DD in regards to the futures contracts.
Great. Is that lower down here?
Yeah,
and again,
Wiki.
Here's that what you see right there is the derivatives and liabilities, and they have assets of $351 billion. This is from the most recent federal report that was released on September 16th, 2021, from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency for the second quarter of 2021, the OCC.gov. And they owe over $47 trillion in unrealized notional derivatives losses. So they could be that they didn't roll those futures contracts in order to let themselves default and take that 47 trillion in losses, kind of as the fall guy over the other guys. Goldman Sachs has really gone to shit over the last few decades. But yeah, I'm looking for that Wikipedia stuff right here. I'm looking if it's further down. I'd go over every part of it, but it's very long, so I can't. To go over the entirety of it.
Kel's had his hand up for a while.
Go ahead, you can talk, brother.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, boss?
Not much, brother. It's good to see you.
Chilling. Interesting piece listening to Francis speak. The other thing that I guess I've been looking at, not to stray away from the topic that you're discussing now, but it's like I'm wondering. Some people are saying it isn't much, but I'm wondering what type of exposure do we have to this Evergrande situation in China, and how could it possibly affect markets? Because quite honestly, I've been looking at it as sort of like a play where I would like to know the American banks, because I tried researching it and it showed some of the larger institutions like your Goldman, your JP Morgan, etc., that have the most exposure to the Pacific, right? I want to know how would that possibly ripple through our markets, but I haven't been able to gain much traction myself on it. So literally just wanted to throw that out there to see if yourself, Francis, Jake, any of the other guys that that research this kind of stuff have any more information. And I'm being messaged to tell you that I think Wiki's a listener. Okay, he's up. Okay, cool.
Do you mind if we hold that question, okay? Because I've been squirming in my seat.
All right, sure. Go ahead.
I appreciate it. So
that's cool.
It'd be cool if you can link the DD that you're reading from. There is some really wild stuff going on in the S&P micro futures right now. So I was just about to post this when I entered into space, and it's oh wow, people are talking about futures for the first time I've ever heard students talk about it. So I posted it up to the top, but so there are a few things in the explanation that were kind of not quite maybe a little misleading and stuff. The futures expiration dates aren't as important as people think. There's no cost to rolling over your futures contract. You just have to do it. It's not like options where it has data decay.
No, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true, but it's still got to be done, and it still provides price action, right?
Yeah. I wanted to clarify that though. But what is crazy right now is this insane pop off in volume and open interest in the micro futures market. Now, this is a instrument that's been around since I feel like it's introduced in 2019. That's been around for a really long time. If you look on the history of it, though, looking at this chart, it's the volume is almost invisible because it's just been popping off like wild, which to me indicates that if you're looking at
it has been extremely suppressed, almost as if they've been withholding all the futures rollovers. Is that where you're getting at? Because that's what I've been thinking.
I'm not sure what the implication is. I think it might be a really really large institutional hedges that are happening. And I think it's interesting that it's
Oh,
happening.
they're
In
for
the,
sure hedging. They're for sure shorting the S&P and everything else. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, they're shorting all of it. But if you look at the data for, S&P futures or ETFs that track futures, other kinds of things that have this exposure to futures, you don't see this volume and open interest going up like it is on the mini futures. And that's just crazy because there's no. Yeah, I don't know how to explain that, but I checked different sources. I used open interest studies. The CME group seems to be saying something else. They're saying, the volume's normal and stuff, but all of this other data seems to disagree with that. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on there because there's something really weird happening in the micro futures specifically. The micro futures are like, if you don't know, it's just like a cheaper, smaller future that's more accessible to trade. The open interest too exceeds volume.
Yeah, keep going, brother.
Pretty significant amount.
I did go ahead and tweet that out, the due diligence for Reddit. I did tweet it out, and that way I can pop it up in front of the chat so that if anybody inside Twitter SpaceCall wants to look at it, they're able to click it and see the post on Super Stonks for themselves as well. Yeah, but here's the thing: these they're not as. I mean, I'm not basing a whole lot on them other than all shorts must be covered, all longs must eventually sell, all shorts must eventually buy. And if they have open contracts and futures and credit default swaps, which they've increased thousands of percent this year over year, why the fuck haven't we seen the price action? Where is it at? Is Goldman Sachs hiding it? Are they withholding it? Are they fucking funneling it overseas? Right? Exactly what is happening with it. So, yeah, it's a very great question, and I think a lot of people could be looking into it.
What I'm thinking is, again, it's like it might be a hedge. Like there might be a lot of banks right now that are in some pretty tricky waters, and with like multilateral netting and all of this going on, they might need a hedge to make them beta negative, basically.
They definitely need various, hedges. Yes, most definitely.
But I think some of their previous hedges might be closing up as places to store their money, to hedge against their risk, to make them able to access more capital by being able to have limited maximum loss, because that's how we calculate the amount of risk you can take. So that's what I think is. I think it's institutional netting, and the implications of that though are pretty big.
Oh yeah, they are. It's like, they're probably using bilateral netting and sending this shit overseas and trying what they can do to buy and sell these. For example, we all know that Virtue sold off huge positions in AMC, so we don't know what exactly is going on, but we'll give people a chance to read that over. Meanwhile, I'll jump back with Akel, and while people check out the futures rollover period and the new theory regarding the swaps and why we haven't seen the price action, we can come back and talk about that further in a few minutes here. But yeah, it's a great topic, and I think everybody should look into that. It's a great read, and it's got a lot of cool pictures and graphs and shit. So Zoolander does a great job of posting, putting it out there. So I got to put his name on it, so I apologize I didn't have a chance to type it out. But anyways, Akel, could you repeat your question for me, brother? Because I'm a stoner and I forgot.
No, most definitely, no problem. I was just saying, like,
Hold on, brother. Can you adjust your mic a little bit, maybe?
Sure. Am I okay now?
Sounds all right. What's up?
Yeah. So no, I was saying, like, I don't know if anyone has been able to, like, find anything or like get any more information, but like, I've been looking at this Evergrande thing, and I'm hearing, like, some people make it seem like it's like one of the potential black swans that can, catapult everything. And then some folks also say, like, hey, it's just like, it's nothing much. It's a spoke in the wheel. And I've also heard the idea that, like, from other folks, like it's just the start. Like, if we think that's bad, wait, what's to come after, right? And honestly, I'm still just trying to, like, literally navigate my way through, because, like, my initial thought process was, like, when I first heard about the Evergrande situation, I saw it on, I think, like one of the the little news widgets that comes on your phone. So I started to do research right away because my automatic thought process was like, okay, if there's going to be such a big default like this, the world, global banking is interconnected, right? So there must be some sort of like American banks that are associated with, this with those projects. I'm sure there's money invested.
Is there ever? Man, I have a treat for you guys. Yeah, there's a fuckload of banks. Sorry, maybe I shouldn't swear, but there's a shitload of banks, let's put it that way, that are involved, man. Like the big players like HSBC, for example, hold a lot of long positions in Evergrande. And you know who has a big position in HSBC?
Citadel?
Citadel. Yes, they do.
Because here's the crazy thing, right? Because automatically I'm thinking, I saw when I first looked up for exposure, I was seeing like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, etc. And I didn't want to fuck around and put puts. I'm not going to short because I'm not going to put myself in that kind of exposure. But especially with the manipulation that you see happening. But I was thinking puts. But I was a little bit skeptical to like just without making it such a specific decision. I was a little bit skeptical to put like puts on an institution like Goldman or I was looking.
Yeah, that's risky. I mean, it's risky for sure because you don't know what might happen. What if you do that and then you get a bailout, right? And then next thing you know, that they may just still be worth garbage, but they got a bailout, so the stock price soars, and you're just owing some crazy losses. So it's definitely risky.
So I was looking for like the little players that are attached to that, but I haven't been able to make any traction. So I was just trying to figure out if anyone has
I've
been
got
able to
some for you. I'm actually pulling it up as we speak.
What are you, a gangster?
That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I want.
I've got a Bloomberg terminal.
I was just reading a bunch of that stuff, man. I just kind of touch on that real quick with Akel, real quick.
Yeah, brother, go ahead. I'm looking at this while we speak. Go ahead.
So basically, the way that the Evergrande situation affects us is in the sense that their debt is going to be due on the 20th, which is Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
that's right.
When their debt doesn't get paid, which China already said, we're not going to bail them out. They ain't
paying it. They ain't bailing them out. They said, yep.
Now, our government, which is interconnected with the global banking system and all that kind of stuff, they're also involved in this. Now, if you notice over the weekend, the GOP, Senate GOP has been talking about how they're going to allow the debt to default, right? And then you have all those other, economics running to, the platform, and bitch McConnell's getting ready to filibuster his own shit. Basically, for the simple fact that he doesn't want them.
And he's doing it. He's gonna do it. He's did it in 2013.
Oh yeah, he's already ready to do it. So because now if you look at the global debt and you look at the way that that's being set up, why is that being talked about instantly the moment that they find out Evergrande is getting ready to default on their debt, and then boom, we start talking about economic crisis in America, then debt default and all that, So it's all interconnected. You know what I mean? But
absolutely.
So I know normally it's a slow bleed, right? Just to respond to that, Kings, right? It's normally like China, they cough now and they get the cold now, and we start coughing, a month or two out, and then we have the cold like 3 months later, right? So that's like sort of what I was expecting, but I'm just trying to figure it out because I'm trying to figure out whether it's the black swan or it's like just a cog in the wheel.
No, I see what your question is. I didn't mean to interrupt. I got you. It's not the black swan. It's one of the catalysts leading to the black swan. Okay, it's like that because this thing is going to have a huge global effect. All right, it's going to affect 129 banks that they owe money to. Okay, these bonds are going to shit. It directly affects countries like Australia because of imports and exports. It affects Germany and the rest of Europe very heavily. It's going to affect South America because they also do trade with South America and India in general. So it's going to be all over the place, man. But it's not going to be one thing that is going to just completely tank our economy. It's not going to be the thing that causes the stock market to crash, in my opinion. But it's going to be one of the leading catalysts that gets us there. That's for sure. And it's just accelerating that. Yeah, very much so.
What a lot of people
And I
don't
want to find
understand is
some
that
of
the
those.
debt that we have to China, I mean, so China's not going to recall the debt that we owe to them just to try to cover, Evergrande's ass. But what people don't realize is the fact that we owe China so much money, right? That they can recall some of that debt, which is going to have a default on us. We're going to default on some of the debt that we do owe them, which is why the Republicans are trying to get back into the caucus now so they can raise the debt ceiling, which, that's just not going to get approved because.
Kings,
Exactly. And that's where it's going to come into play. I'm sorry, go ahead, Akil.
Can I just say something on that real quick that you got?
Yeah.
Again, I did not. Let me mention I did not do research on that, but to just respond to that, I heard. I can't remember who I was speaking to, probably within the last day or two, but they said someone was mentioning that. Meanwhile, like rates were like low, etc. We were actually buying back our own debt, right, at some like ridiculously low numbers. So like supposedly we're supposed
America
to
was buying back their own debt. Yes, because they were printing so much money that they were just using in an effort to burn some of it to reduce inflation or to try to curb inflation. They were buying back their debt. Yes, with the petrodollar.
Yeah, they were saying something about us using Treasury bonds, right? Did y'all see that about the Treasury bonds? They were talking about opening up the Treasury and releasing those bonds to try to help to cover some of that default. But I
I'm
mean,
just gonna add something to that concept with the China debt on us they owning our debt. It really doesn't matter if they own our debt because the debt is in our currency, not in theirs. So if like I say, if the Fed wants to cancel the debt, they can do it. They own the currency, so they can just cancel the debt, and there's no problem with that. Instead, to me, it's a good leverage because, look, there is a, but this is more geopolitical concept. Who controls the money supply controls the war. So that when you have a deficit, somebody has a surplus, right? So when the U.S. runs on deficits, it does not mean that it's not bad. I mean, the deficits are not bad because when when we have a deficit, it means somebody else have a surplus. So when we have a deficit of dollars, means the war has a surplus. So the war depends on the U.S. because of the dollar. So it's not bad because they all depend on our policy. It's like we are putting a politician against them. And if they have a complete opposite the economic cycle to the U.S., to them having a constraint on the U.S. dollar, it's bad. So to me, from a geopolitical perspective, it's not bad if they hold our debt. Honestly, I don't see it bad.
You know what? Right here, in case you guys were wondering, I have it pulled up on our YouTube feed. So if you're on the SpaceCall, feel free to, pull up the YouTube stream, and you can just mute the YouTube stream so you can hear it in live time. I have it pulled up right now, a Bloomberg terminal showing the banks, the top 19 banks that hold positions in Evergrande Bank. Okay.
Forgive, boss. I want to see this. I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Can you tell me how to get just pull it up on YouTube?
Let me see here, brother. Let me see if I put it up here at the top of the call yet. I'm going to do that right now. Okay.
Hey, while he's doing that, I wanted to speak on one thing that I do not see being talked about much, and I'm literally on Twitter like all the time. I got 2 computers. I'm on all the time, and I'm constantly reading information in DD and researching everything. And the one biggest thing I noticed that's not being talked about is, when you're at war with somebody, or when you're in a game, whether it's a football game, basketball, whatever, you can use whatever analogy you want. You don't give your opponent your playbook. And what I'm noticing that is week after week, we're constantly giving these hedge funds and these shorts our playbook. We're telling them what we're expecting this week, what we're expecting next week, what we're expecting from this and that. And they're doing everything to counter what we're expecting from what we're talking about. And they're not giving us their playbook. We're not getting the same information. You know what I mean? So they can go to any forums and all that. They can see everything we're talking about. Hey, this week we're going to have a gamma squeeze. You know what? Let's shut that damn gamma squeeze down and let's short the hell out of this stock. Let's take all their orders and route them all at the end of the day and short sell everything all at the end of the day and drop the price below so that we stop the gamma squeeze.
I see what you're saying, brother, but here, let me explain something to you. You got a great point, but they're not doing it because we're talking about it. Okay, we're nothing. We're fucking ants, bro. Okay, they don't give a shit if we're talking about it. If we're on Fox News, if we're on CNBC, you know, they're not letting us on CNBC, but they don't care if we're on Charles Payne on Fox News talking about it. They don't care if we're out here making YouTube videos and space calls about it. They're going to do what the fuck they want to do. The stock market doesn't care. Stock market corrections and crashes don't give a shit if people are talking about them or not when they happen. Okay, and the same thing goes here. We expect these stocks to do certain things with technical analysis sometimes because that's what usually stocks do. And we have been refining that and changing that and kind of learning off based on what these algorithms do. Because it is traded using an algorithm for the most part that decides how to buy and sell orders, how to place buy orders in small portions, you know, in small positions through dark pools, and how to place sell orders and short positions straight out through lit exchanges. Okay, they use and abuse their payment for order flow, and whether we talk about it or not doesn't make a difference, because we expect the price to go up. Doesn't mean that they're not going to short the price with borrowed shares or Brazilian depository receipts or ETFs. They don't. Hold on, let me finish. They don't give a shit if we're going to talk about it or how they or whatever, or if we expect the price to go up. For example, I expect the price to go up on Friday, and it did. But before it went up 10%, it went down 10%. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the way that these guys do things, because they're going to keep the price steady, because that's what the algorithm says is the best outcome for them to be able to decide, for them to be able to maintain their current position and get in a better position. It's all mathematics. Okay, and that's why these futures contracts are these futures rollover periods are so important, because the Pythagorean theorem and the fractals here are getting smaller and smaller, and the reason that the futures the rollover time periods are getting shorter and shorter are also because the way that these things work, they're trying to do them in a more compressed time period, and the liabilities are going up higher and higher. So before they're able to, you know, instead of just running the price up on AMC and GameStop and then having to spend more money on delta hedging, instead of spending, you know, $450 million to delta hedge, they would rather spend $350 million to short the stock down 9% and then roll over their futures contracts and bring it back up to come up to flat or be up 1% or 2%. They would rather spend $450 million to spend $1 more by delta hedging their position. So they're not, and also this algorithm runs in time periods over and over again. They go from 3 months, 6 months, and year-long time periods, and even further. They look this fucking same for a reason. Okay, all these look exactly the same for a reason. And if you look on the screen right now, I shared it up at the top of the SpaceCall. So it's over there. It's the one all the way. It's the one all the way on the top left. You know how like you guys can go to the top and see like the things that people share up to the SpaceCall. It's over there. It's the first one on the left, and that will let you pull up the YouTube stream that we are live streaming to right now. And it is showing the Evergrande banks and who holds them. The number one holder is HSBC Holdings. They have 55,000, almost 55,000 shares in their portfolio. Okay, that is tens of billions of dollars, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars. I haven't calculated it yet. The Royal Bank of Canada is the second largest, and then BlackRock is the third. However, we don't know if these are just shares or also shares, puts, and calls, because they are, some of these contain, for example, Ashmore Group, Thurum, Hang Seng Bank, and GF. They say multiple portfolios. So there's more than just one portfolio or ETF that they're holding that maintain these positions. And on top of that, some of these numbers, for example, like there's 54,972 here. Some of these could be shares, some of these could be calls, some of these could be puts, because they didn't filter it out on this Bloomberg terminal. So for every call or put, you have to multiply that by 100, because a call or a put option is representative of 100 shares. And recently, it looks like BlackRock is the top holder of EVE-RRE 11.5. They have two different ones because they have multiple companies, and they increased their holdings by 9,125 shares to a total position of around almost 44,000 shares across their position. However, if you ask me, chances are majority of those are puts, because BlackRock is a smart fucking company, and I believe they're owned by Rothschild. to an extent. So I just wanted to give you an example. Some companies like BlackRock here in the States are going to make a fuckload of money. And then other companies like HSBC, who is partially owned by Citadel and many other companies as well, is going to lose a lot of money. And they've also got, you know, there's short positions, there's long positions, and there's also short positions, long positions, and shares. So they've got a little bit of everything as they're trying to hedge it. But there's only so much you can do if the company goes bankrupt, especially a company like Evergrande that's got so many bonds and whatnot. So again, you can see Prudential is up here. Prudential PLC. How many people have, you know, 401ks or pensions or anything like that with Prudential? You know, probably a lot. Same with like St. James Place, UBS, you know, Pictet, some of these 91 UK Limited. That's a big fucking English bank, you know. So yeah, there's a lot of companies and banks worldwide that are going to make a shitload of money and lose an ass load of money. Deutsche Bank looks like they're right up there along with the rest of them, playing a Royal Bank of Canada as one of the top 6 holders. Chances are they're going to make money off it, but again, you never know. You got to look at their previous positions, and you know who I do see on there? Invesco Limited, who I think, as I posted yesterday on a video, is in talks with State Street Bank for a partnership. Why are they Invesco QQQ? For those of you that don't know who Invesco is, it's QQQ on a stocker. They've been tanking. They're currently merging with State Street Bank. State Street Bank is only has $300 billion in assets, and Invesco only has about $500 billion in assets. So neither one of them separately can survive through October 1st, 2021, new Phase 5 margin regulations of $1 trillion for commercial banks that's been instituted by the SEC, DTC, and NSCC. So in order for them to survive, as of today, September 19th, 2021, they've got to finish coming to an agreement. They're just barely in talks. They've got to finish coming to an actual agreement in order to survive in the United States. And if something like Evergrande comes to fruition and they do end up crashing on these bonds and their stock price goes down even further than it already has, those companies could go completely bankrupt, as well as these banks and people whose pensions and 401ks are invested in them could be completely lost, 100%. And it's the stock market. They're not insured by the FDIC. Some of these people will never see their life savings, and that's why we're here right now. So I apologize that it took so long, but I just had to get that out. I hope that you guys found some value in that.
You're like a wealth of knowledge, bro. Because I've been thinking on a lot of this stuff, man. And one thing I was looking at, you know, like they created those swaps. They didn't even know what they were before Michael Burry came to them back in 2008 and asked for that, and he created that. And then what happened was, from 2008 up till now, that shit became normal as part of, you know, the real estate market, the stock market. They created this new way of shorting through, you know, like I said, like you were saying, through the ETFs and, you know, through the banks. And they found so many other ways now that we, you know, this GameStop and AMC have came to fruition. They found all kinds of other ways to short the stock, you know, without having to. You know, at one point, everybody was talking about they were using bonds, you know, and it was just like they're losing
Yeah, you guys
cents on
apologize for the
dollars.
delay. It's because I'm talking to the SpaceCall and all you guys, so I can read your
You know,
chats
they were
here.
willing to lose those cents.
But I have to talk to the mic, otherwise
use
they
those
won't know what I'm
bonds in order
saying.
to short the stock. And I mean, there's a lot more that they can do that we can't do. So I get what you're saying. Not using, they're not seeing our playbook and using, you know, our information and our due diligence against us. But you know, it just does create that, you know, debate for like, well, are we giving them too much information on what we know, and they're accelerating their timeline, as opposed to how long it would have taken them to, you know, to bring the stock down that much. Like maybe we would have had a short gamma squeeze this week if they didn't know this information, or, you know, the week before. But again, I'm here to listen, man. I just wanted to just speak on that, because it's just like, I noticed that a lot of your big YouTubers and streamers and stuff, they're constantly putting out, you know, information and technical analysis and due diligence. And it's like, you know, these guys have think tanks over there that they literally pay people hundreds of thousands of dollars to sit there for hours on end, you know, getting all the information they need to fuck us over. You know what I'm saying? So, excuse me.
I hear you, brother. I hear you. And you know what? We got that too right here. You know, we got how many hundred people in this space call right now? You know, almost 150 people. We got another almost 350, 400 people watching on YouTube right now, following along with us, asking questions in chat. Like we are kicking it. We are killing it. It is almost 1:30 in the morning Central Time, and there's 500 people right now collectively discussing this shit and going over this due diligence and looking at which banks in America and worldwide hold these fucking things. Like, they cannot keep up with us. All right, they cannot keep up with us. Our simple game of buying and holding and buying the dips is fucking killing them. And they have cycles. So they got cycles where it goes up, they got cycles where it comes down, and they don't care, honestly, whether we talk about it or not. Their algorithm is simply reacting to the price action and the buys and sell orders that are coming in. And then these hedge funds and market makers can further manipulate that by manually writing orders and inputting and placing orders through the algorithm on top of what it's already doing. So there's multiple ways that they can manipulate the stock legally and illegally. And the new CAT regulations that began on September 1st greatly reduced their ability to create synthetic shares almost to nothing. That's why you're seeing the price on AMC and GameStop go up. And then why you're seeing the price on AMC and GameStop go down is literally because they are borrowing shares at a high price to short them. And then when they run out of that, they're going to Luxembourg and London and the Cayman Islands and Brazil and all these other places to use the baskets of ETF that contain AMC and GameStop as their top two holdings, as well as the Russell 2000, the Russell 1000, the Dow, and they are shorting the fuck out of them. And in doing so, it causes the price of AMC and GameStop to go down. However, people don't understand that this is good because the price of that goes down gives us an opportunity to buy more because it will eventually go up unless everybody sells all at once. The algorithm is still stuck in the loop. And as it continues to squeeze and tighten and constrict, the price action is getting more and more out of control. The futures contracts windows get smaller. And when you have a crisis like the debt ceiling in the stock market collapses, it causes liquidations and margin calls. Margin calls cause margin defaults. Margin defaults cause liquidations. Liquidations cause hedge funds and banks to go bankrupt. And when that occurs, you know, when they're liquidating, these stocks go to the fucking moon. That's how you have dry ships, you know, go up hundreds of percent. That's why you have other companies go up thousands of percent in the past. And this is all the realities of it. And they're not going to just stop doing it one day because we're talking about it or anything like that. They're going to continue to do it until the very last second when they can't do it any further because they can't get out of this position in any good way whatsoever. Otherwise, they would have covered already. They would have closed, I should say. You know. So you make a great point, and I appreciate what you're saying. Truly do. I just feel that the market makers, the hedge funds, and the banks don't give a fuck what we say, brother.
There's also just no way to communicate without, you know, putting information out in the public. Like, it's like inherently contradictory. If you want to put out information, the only way to do that is by putting out information. So, but what you were touching on, I pulled up a article, scientific article from 2009, or an economics one. It's about what you were saying, and essentially showing using models, economic models, so math intensive, that basically the way that institutional investors are able to profit is through these cycles, through profiting off the cycles. It's not that they're better investors at all in terms of long term, but it's that they can take advantage of these cycles that they kind of bring into being, and that's how they make money. And it's been a practice that's been going on for ages too. It's not even algorithmic trading that's making that happen, but that helps them do it. So yeah, it's been studied, it's known.
No, that's a great point, man. Yeah. So you guys all brought up great points tonight. You know, this has been incredibly fun to discuss. So if anybody else has anything else that they would like, I have a couple people that I'd like to bring up. Please, Terrible, come on back. Love to have you back. You're a pleasure to have here with us. My co-host.
Boss, I was going to tell you the Bish, it was Nisha. Nisha has problems with well, I think it's his own phone. It can't connect the mic.
Oh, that's a bummer. But I was showing his due diligence right here, and you know, we were talking about everything, and I'm sure I'll get him on for another video next time. But yeah, as you can see here, there's defaulted bonds here already from Hailong Holdings, Huachen Energy, China City Construction, and Rock International. You know, as well as there's some BlackRock investments that you guys can find on thefellowinvestor.in, thefellowinvestor.in. I'll go ahead and share that with everybody in case anybody wants to go take a look at that. Also, have to borrow the stock. That's not going to work out for any of you guys, so I'm not going to do that. But anyway, I'll post the link
If
directly.
you can turn down your stream sound, it should work. I don't know if you
I
can do
actually
that.
did. I did turn off my stream
dang.
sound entirely, and I was trying to play it through this 12 so that you guys hear it at the same time, since you couldn't hear all. It's going to work out with everybody. It literally says that GameStop, quote unquote, could go to infinity practically. Of course, because you know the shorts have to borrow the stock. And once there are no more, the broker has to buy on the shorts at any price. Okay, and he continues to say there is no solution to this until the shorts are liquidated, quote unquote, from Thomas Petterfy, the chairman of Interactive Brokerage, who has been in business for 42 years. So this is coming directly from the horse's mouth when he was asked about the situation with GameStop, and whether or not they were going to prepare for lawsuits in regards to a lot of brokerages pulling the sell button. I mean, excuse me, the buy button. So it's a really great interview, and it's only about a 25-second clip, but I think everybody should check it out. So I'll share it with you.
Well, I had a question that was like, I guess some more of like a put it out to be discussed type of thing, and it relates directly to the buy button, right? That I haven't heard much like people really talk about. I think Kringle kind like one time I brought it up and he kind of like touched on it, but like personally, just looking at it without getting too technical, I don't see a resolution for this entire play. You know, for all these shorted stocks across the market, without them taking away the buy button. Because think about it, right? If let's just say we spike tomorrow, I'm sorry, we spike on Monday, and you know we take profits, and then you, of course, there's going to be some sort of a drop, and you buy back in. They're still stuck in a messed up position. So it's like, because I know like if I'm able to make some profit and I can buy back in if I see the dip and it makes sense,
If the
I'll do
short
it, right?
squeeze
So like
happens, the
that's
stock
almost like a
could go to
never-ending
infinity.
loop. So
If
how
the
the
short
hell do they
squeeze happens,
actually get out of that if they're going to be folks that are probably going to be buying back in once they spot a dip? If you know, because like let's just say hypothetically, and I'm not, you know, again, not financial advice, not saying any numbers, but you expect this thing to go, you know, into the thousands hypothetically, right? And you see, you know, like we hit 145, and then you know you expect a little dip, and you think it has more room to run. If you made money, let's just say on options, you know, exponentially, why would you, you know, and you decided to jump back in on the actual stock, they're in an even worse position than they were in, you know, after that spike and drop. You know what I mean? So it's like, how are they going to get themselves out of this like never-ending loop? So at least in my opinion, they have to, even if they're not going to take away the buy button this time, there has to be some sort of mechanism that they're going to try to utilize in order to end this.
Oh man, there's all right. If you're asking me, do I think some companies will? Yeah, I think Robinhood's going to take away that buy button as well as many others, but not all of them. And I think a lot of people in Fidelity and whatnot will be safe. I'll be right back. I gotta take care of my kid for a
I
minute.
just
You
gonna
guys take over.
Boss Blunt, before you leave. Well, he just left. I will just add to that statement. Remember, they can use the payment and order flow. So if you don't order through the Leaks Exchange, probably they will control your order and not let it process. So you will be basically waiting for your order to be processed, and it will be in a loop. Everybody else except you, because you send it through the payment and order flow. So that's another tool they can use.
Yeah, they're definitely going to use payment for order flow and abuse it as much as possible because they make a lot of money off of it. But do I think companies like Fidelity will take away the buy button or the buy or the sell button? Probably not. And that's just not financial advice. That's just my opinion. You know, you use your own judgment. But yeah, I have interactive brokers in Fidelity, and I feel very confident that if the price goes to 50,000 or 100,000 or even 500,000, they're not going to pull the buy button, because this is not the first time that a stock has gone to 100,000 or 500,000. It's happened more than several times. So this is nothing new. Does it matter if fucking hedge funds or banks will go bankrupt? No, it absolutely fucking won't. So they've got plenty of money. They've got plenty of insurance policies. The DTC has a $76 trillion insurance policy, for example. So they've got plenty of money. And if that runs out, the Federal Reserve's got a big ass money printer that can run infinity. So I'm not really concerned about it. And I do feel that it could run up, that it's going to run up soon, very soon. I do feel that it could run up to 6 figures, that they could run up to even 7 figures. And I won't be surprised at all if I'm waiting and holding and I see GameStop get to 1 million before I sell. So that's just my opinion.
Boss, I've heard the DTC said that, I've heard like it's been discussed that they said they're not going to cover the losses of like these, some of its member partners. So I don't know.
What that means is they're not going to hold the bag for them. People don't understand why NSC 010, okay? NSCC 2012-010 was pushed back to November 15th, 2021, via a 45-day extension, about, a couple weeks ago. And the reason that they did that, in my opinion, because the SEC and all these guys are very complicit and in agreement, and they all work together with the government and Congress because they're literally a regulatory body for the government. Okay. And they had that pushback because that gets rid of the pawn shop effect. So instead of the government getting trading assets around and holding assets for a couple of banks while they liquidate some here and there, other hedge funds are going to sell off and market makers are going to sell off and leave the fucking federal government holding the bag. So in order to prevent that, the DTC is not going to get caught holding the bag. Therefore, they push back the NSCC 010 rule so that these hedge funds and banks can go fucking bankrupt, get liquidated, and then guess who? When hedge fund A defaults, guess who has to pay? Hedge fund B. And when hedge fund B defaults, and if they're bankrupt and there's not enough, then hedge fund C has to cover the rest of that. That's what the new phase, the new regulations that they've been implementing and the new filings since January that they've been pushing through hard as hell since Gary Gensler took over. That's what they're for. And a lot of people don't understand that this is a good thing. The DTC not having the 010 filing is a fantastic thing, because that means these hedge funds and these market makers and these banks are going to get thrown under the fucking bus, and they're the ones that are going to pay us our goddamn tendies to start. And trust me, the DTC's got that $76 trillion insurance package, and Vanguard and BlackRock, and Fidelity, who sold a lot of that insurance to the fucking DTC, are not looking to pay it out. So they're looking to let these hedge funds go bankrupt. Do you understand what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Vanguard and BlackRock.
What I didn't know is the first time I heard tonight was that they were the ones, and I'd love to see where I can look that up. Well, I'm seeing that you gave the names. I'm going to look it up. I did not know that Vanguard, BlackRock, and Fidelity actually insured the DTCC for that.
Oh yeah, a lot of these guys do. Think about it, man. How do you think one company can afford to insure a $76 trillion insurance policy? It takes a lot of insurance companies to make a big ass fund like that. So they don't actually have that kind of money in the bank, for example. They just come out and say,
that's not quite how it works. The DTC essentially insures itself by being the central counterparty to all these different institutions. So it's their job to net the risk so that they are playing everybody off each other.
And where do they get that money from?
That's how they insure themselves, essentially.
So they're basically taking it from other banks, right? No, hold on, Wiki. So you're basically saying that they're going to take it from the other counterparties, the other banks, to make them pay, right? These other parties that are involved in the play.
Well, there's three kinds of settlement that can be done. There's the multilateral and the bilateral. And
All right, let's hear it,
I
brother.
got my notes right here. So it depends on, I mean, the exact, to actually be like, this is what's going to happen is really impossible to say. But they do, bilateral, multilateral, and then central clearing party clearing. And I have a sheet that right in front of me that can tell you whatever you want to know about those three kinds of settlement. But yeah, I mean, that's, it's not, I don't know who's going to be holding the bag, so to speak, but if it's going through the central clearing, they're like, they say on their own words, greater than 98% netting benefit, which means that by their calculations, if it's through that, 98% of the risk is managed. And then if it's a non-CPCP, they put it at 73% of the risk managed. And if it's bilateral, they put it at 27%. But netting itself is kind of a farce. So
it sounds
it's not that anyone's insuring them. It's that they're the central clearing party, so they can make the rules themselves.
They've got it. Okay. So they make the rules themselves as the DTC. Okay. And what about the NSCC?
But before we jump to the
NSCC
NSCC,
is a subsidiary of the DCCC. They're essentially the same thing.
Right.
It's just the one is specifically for the clearing of.
And do you think that if they were holding the pile of assets during 010, do you think that other hedge fund assets would have or would not have sold off behind their back to get the most bang for their buck?
What was the question?
If they would have not pushed back the new filing NSCC 010, do you think that other hedge
Can you
funds and
refresh my
assets?
memory on that? On what that said?
It's the pawn shop rule, where they borrow from one hedge fund, from one bank to pay off the borrow assets from one hedge fund or bank to basically pay off the shorts from a defaulting hedge fund.
I understood that even the DTC and the so two things, boss, right? The DTC, I understood it to be like the member. I guess you can say the members of the DTCC, they pay money per account that they are in. That's how they get some of the insurance money that they have. That's, unless I misunderstood that entire setup. And then secondly, with the pawn shop, how I understood the pawn shop to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, because this is, I'm just giving you from my understanding. The pawn shop, it's supposed to be the DTC, like the hedge funds or the financial institutions, let's just say it that way, can partner their long position with the DTC, and as a result, that's like a hedge against the bad, the things that they have on the books that are bad. But I didn't know, it's a little bit different than how you're explaining it than how I understood it. So please feel free to correct me if I'm, way off.
Wait, sorry. Can you repeat the question? Sorry, just reading something.
That's a long ass question.
What I'm understanding from the DTC, they're just allowing them to clear. So the insurance covers them.
Yeah.
Basically, they're just clearing everything that the hedge funds are doing. But what they're not realizing, they're fucking themselves too. That's why their insurance policy is going to come into play, for the simple fact that they're allowing the naked shorts. They're allowing all of the synthetic shares. And with that being, they're going to be held liable for some of that because they cleared that shit. So then you have that rule is going to come into effect. They gave them the 45 days. It's more of an extension so that they could raise capital for the liquidations that are going to come up. Hence why you have all these high-ass $1 trillion reverse repos, why you have all of this stuff. It all connects, man. It's all interconnected, and they're all just kind of basically, they're all trying to cover their asses right now, but at the same time, they're helping each other. Does that make sense? Like, they want to give,
because
they're basically creating the narrative now, just like the SEC is doing. The SEC is trying to control the narrative too. That's why Gensler's constantly getting on here talking bullshit, and just trying to create this narrative so that when it all does blow up in their face, they're gonna be like, hey, look, I told you, and we were trying to help you guys, and and this is the consequence of you guys over leveraging yourself and putting yourself in a position to where you're gonna get fucked. Like, I mean,
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
And the DTC, the way that they're at the end of the day, they've got to come up with the money one way or another, right? Whether these other parties are going to make money or lose money.
Well, no,
the
the DTC doesn't have to come up with any money.
How are they going to come up with money to pay people if they're not insured? If they're not, they're self-insured. That means that they have to come up with the money one way or another.
No, they declared that they won't, as far as I understand, and again, correct me, they declared that they were not going to pay anything
That's not what we're saying. We're
I've got
saying
the
in case of the defaults of the banks and the prime brokers and everybody underneath them. That's all we're getting at. They're not going to pay anything. Everybody else below them is going to pay first. The only way they're going to pay is if everybody below them, basically goes out of business.
So I'm about to release a video on this subject in the Project Iron from the DCC. I've got this whole marked up video supposed to come out earlier, but I lost all my notes and stuff. So I have in front of me basically this exact topic will go over as part of that. This is part of the T+1 settlement thing.
Yes.
So their guarantee of settlement, so it's broken down into, they have 3 different kinds of clearing that this is the NSCC they provide. So there's the CCV clearing, which is the central counterparty, which is another subsidiary of the NSCC, is part of this whole kind of behemoth. And for the guarantee of settlement for that is guaranteed through actual obligation settlement. This is where I was talking about with the 98% greater than 98% netting. So basically, if everybody defaulted, they are saying that they could track all of everything that's gone through them down to the end. And there's the main
perfection.
This is the clearinghouse for the world, basically, the world's economy. So they have a lot of conviction for that, for their CCP clearing. For the non-CCP, it's again 73% netting. So that's where their confidence is with that. And this is guaranteed through contractual settlement at NSCC. So this is now getting a little bit more dodgy because now there's multilateral netting, but it's happening outside of the eyes of the DTCC, from what I can tell, the NSCC, excuse me. And then there's also NSCC bilateral clearing. And this is where they place 27% bilateral netting at. Oh, this is also really important information about this too. This CCP clearing, the fails get marked to market, and they're renetted daily. In fact, I actually say intraday, they renet several times. This is really interesting though. The non-CCP multilateral netting and NSCC bilateral clearing are marked twice per month, which is a very familiar time frame for reporting failures to deliver and stuff. So it's going to be happening in one of these areas.
Would
be where
I was
further
about to ask you that too, Wiki. So those FTDs, the DTCC and NSCC, are both responsible for most of those FTDs, like I said, because they're the clearinghouse. They cleared those transactions from the hedge funds, the prime brokers. They allowed that to happen. That's why they have to hold that type of insurance policy in case these guys default on the stock. And you have we already know there's tons and tons of synthetics and FTDs, all that stuff going on. But for instance, we were talking about how you and I, let's say on Friday, we went and bought 10,000 shares each, and we got delivered our shares, but those shares didn't get, those buy orders didn't get, put through the market until they decided they want to go ahead and cycle those shares in. Even though they delivered the shares to us already, your account pops up and you automatically have the 10,000 shares. Doesn't mean that those shares have already cleared through the clearinghouse, because they, they're holding onto them, and then boom, they take them and they short them into the market through the lit exchange, and at the same time they go and buy back those same amount of shares through the dark pool, which keeps the price with the the buying pressure down and the selling pressure. So
the settlement for most of the NSCC usually operates on T+0 or T+1 settlement, but there's a T+2 settlement period that can happen basically at any point, and if they're going through before it's finally get settled, you can, manipulate as much as you want on that side of the economy, and then, or the market structure, right, the NMS, and then also with the bilateral clearing, which I really need to look into more. It says there's no guarantee of settlement versus the the non-CCP multilateral netting and the CCP clearing, and I'll go into what all that means later, but
I want to go.
Does that basically mean that they're delivering the stock and then it's being considered an FTD? That's the question I had. I'm sorry. Like, I was just wondering. Like, so they're saying that bilateral movement means basically they're saying that the stock, we have the stock, but it never cleared on their end. Is that what you're saying? Like,
yeah, I think in that part they're not like. All they're doing is just clearing it between two entities. Like it seems like they don't even really have much power.
No, they don't. They don't have shit
all
to
of these,
power, really. That's why they're passing these filings.
Well, in terms of bilateral clearing.
Oh yeah, no, you're right about that. One thing I wanted to tell you guys is regarding the FTDs is that's something that you guys are going to see. You're going to see a lot less synthetic nowadays. Okay, especially with these new regulations, and basically the 010 rule was is implementing this SFT clearing service, okay, and that does change things to a one business day, like an overnight settlement. So that is a good thing as well. But basically it involves the owner of securities transferring those securities temporarily to a borrower. Okay, so in case you guys aren't familiar, that would allow them to transfer an asset, say a stock, so say Apple, from hedge fund A, who is now defaulted, to hedge fund B, who's the one that's receiving these securities temporarily. Typically a hedge fund. It says here, I'm showing this on screen right now on YouTube, directly from the NSC filing, and SFTs are often facilitated by broker dealers and agent lenders. Be right back.
Yo, Boss Blunt, I was just going to say goodnight to everybody and leaving. And Nishan was in the Discord, whatever it was. He want to talk to you.
He's away.
I guess so, yeah.
Hey, let's get we can bring up Nishant for sure, but I just wanted to give people the idea here that the SFTs, the system is good, okay, but it being pushed back is not bad because they're basically they'd be taking money from one hedge fund, from Peter to pay Paul, and while they're doing that, then these other hedge funds and market makers could do a fire sale behind their back, and that's what would leave the DTC and shit holding the bag, and that's why they're saying they're not going to be left holding it. I think they realize what's going on with the stock market being basically ready to crash. That's why there's so many puts on the S&P. That's why precious metals are changing crazy prices. That's why crypto is pumping and dumping like crazy, and so there's a lot of underlying factors here. And that's why the RRP is at a record high of $1.22 trillion and growing.
Well, just real quick. I used to work at TD Ameritrade for about 2.5 years as a broker. And I ain't never, in the whole time that I was working there, ever seen, and I still have friends that work there and I have people that, giving me information and stuff. And, we talk about this stuff. And a lot of those guys, even though they're brokers, they're invested in the stock as well. And they see where this is going. We've never, ever, in the whole time I was working there, I've never seen anything as fucked as this situation is. And we dealt with hedge funds on a daily basis. We dealt with, prime brokers. We dealt with freaking big banks. Like I had people calling me that had, hundreds of $1 million account. You know what I mean? Like these people will do anything to keep their money in their pocket and keep it away from us. You know what I mean? So they're gonna do anything and everything they can. There's things that we don't even know that they're doing behind the scenes. I've seen the post you put up on about them moving their offices from Chicago. Well, they were building that big ass fortress in New York. Well, that's just a form of consolidation. They're just consolidating their resources all to this one place so now they can do everything.
Well, I'd like to let you know right away that building is not ready. There's a stop work order for that building. So I don't know if you've done the homework on that, but that building in New York is not ready for moving. That's without a shadow of a doubt. I already posted it on Twitter as well, directly from the city of New York. I went in and pulled the filings from the boroughs of Manhattan. So no, man, they're not moving to New York.
Damn.
Sorry, but that's false.
Good on you, man. I got to check that DD out that you posted.
I'm checking. It's right here. You can see it on YouTube right now. I'm pulling it up. Right here, that video. We spent an hour and 45 minutes analyzing it. Everything, all the action that's going on in there. And I'll scroll down to the bottom and I'll tell you about it right now, brother. The new
you went into Acris, BossBlunts?
What?
You went into Acris?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Acris, no, that's our system here in the city to be able to tell like all the building.
I'll show you in a second, brother. Take a look at this.
Good night, everybody. I'm leaving.
All right, Francisco, thanks for being here, brother. Have a great night. I went into NY City Buildings, NY City Department of Buildings through the boroughs of Manhattan. It's currently listed online right now. It's bisweb.nyc.gov. All right, there's a partial stop work order on this property. All right, on 425 Park Avenue. They're still working on it as of September 8th. Okay. And there are other because that was because their worker got hurt, so they put a complete stop on work, and then in August, and they didn't restart work until September 8th. All right, and then additionally, on top of that, there was other complaints that people were leaving they were leaving their equipment on the building next door as of September 12th. Hang on one second.
supply is theoretically none when you have more demand, and you it's basically as impossible for them to cover their position mathematically. Would that be wrong in a sense to say that you owe a billion shares, but a billion shares don't exist because they were synthetic?
You know what, brother? There's one thing I'm glad you brought up. All right. I did make a small mistake on the Brazilian depository receipts due diligence. And I'm glad you brought it up because I want to clear it up with everybody. There is the possibility for a bank like Citibank to owe 513 million shares. However, that doesn't mean that they have issued them yet. The thing is, we don't know how many they've actually issued. There's not a whole lot being traded on volume. There's low volume of actual Brazilian depository receipts for AMC using the Brazilian ticker A2MC34. However, that being said, that does not mean that there is not the very high possibility of them making the synthetic shares through this if they don't have them in their asset book as the custodial bank for the depository receipts as they're supposed to. So it seems that they currently have almost as many as they need in order to stay without making synthetics. However, we don't know when or how or if they will make more, because they could definitely make more up until that maximum of 510-ish million depository shares total, which would be 6 times the amount of depository receipts. So those aren't technically available yet. Okay, and I want to clear that out there, clear that up with everybody. So I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm just saying that those particular ones are not all synthetics. But that doesn't mean that there aren't plenty of other ETFs out there that hold AMC and GameStop that have been heavily shorted and that have been, are basically synthetic shares and failures to deliver that are not on the threshold securities list because they're going through ETFs and other abused securities and depository receipts in Germany and Brazil and other places worldwide. So yes, we don't know how many synthetics there are, but we will know after the MOASS if it actually occurs, plain and simple. Because in my opinion, if people go out and do something stupid like register with ComputerShare, you're making a big mistake, because these hedge funds and market makers can actually abuse those shares on ComputerShare. It sounds nice in theory, but in actuality, it's not, because a lot of people, in my opinion, are not going to be able to sell their shares when the MOASS does occur with ComputerShare, and they're going to get screwed. And what happens is when you put your shares overseas with a company like ComputerShare, they can now use them to borrow. They can lend them out, and they can borrow and short when they borrow against them and short the stock further. So by going to ComputerShare, every fucking ape out there that does it is literally hurting all of us and all of our chances on getting the mother of all short squeezes. And I have to put that out there. I know some of you are probably going to say that's bullshit, but I could not be more fucking serious. If you want more information, please go check out Charlie's vids on YouTube. He's got a long video about it.
Yeah, I actually think you might be completely right about that. Yeah, you should. Anyone who has whatever broker you use, you should really look into how they make their money and what their business model is. Because
yes.
I saw one
bad.
recently.
ComputerShare bad.
Yeah, I saw one that sent me. Someone sent me some new broker, and they're like, "Hey, this broker doesn't have payment for order flow." And it seemed like cool at first, and so then I read, okay, how do they make money? And payment for order flow also sucks. There's way more equitable ways to be a broker, like Interactive Brokers does or Fidelity does. Those are two good brokers, in my opinion. But I looked into it, and sure enough, they lend their shares. They make most of the money from lending out shares. So if you have your shares there, you don't really have them. And on the books, when you zoom out on the market structure and the way everything gets netted in larger economy, those are shares that can show up as they can be delivered, meaning you wouldn't have to cover your position if you can just borrow shares from someone, because they contractually agree to that when they sign up for the broker. So cash settled accounts, and even so, you should call and read as much as you can about the broker you use, that they're actually settled shares and they cannot be borrowed. Most margins accounts will lend out your shares without telling you so. Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to do.
Thank you, brother.
That's a lot of this. It's hard to prove because it's where the information breaks down. But from the best that I can tell, this is what I think is going on. And it is part of the business model. They literally lend your shares out so that someone can borrow them so that they can short the stock, right?
Exactly.
Because when
It's
you're
the same
shorting,
thing.
you're borrowing shares.
They did the same thing with
and you have to
Fidelity.
return, so.
And Americans moved to Fidelity, and that was fine, though, for the most part, but it did give them a lot more shares to short. However, the things that people don't realize is that now they're doing it overseas. And overseas, the SEC is not in charge. The CFTC is in charge. Rostin Beanham, that piece of shit dirtbag that you've seen on my channel, I brought him all. He allowed the Brazilian depository receipts to be issued in the beginning of August. And why would he do that unless he was probably taking some fucking bribes from BTG Pactual, who CEOs are quote unquote both felons for the largest insider trading scandals in Italy and France. So yeah, the CFTC, Commodities Futures and Trading Commission, would love it if fucking and these hedge funds and market makers would love it for all the apes to register with ComputerShare. They would borrow our fucking shares. They'd make a shitload of money off of it. They'd short the hell out of us, and we would never see the mother of all short squeezes. And Charlie and other guys like us and Wiki, I didn't know you felt that way, but I'm glad to hear it from other people that have actually done their due diligence, who have studied these. They're like, look at this fucking video that I'm showing you guys on YouTube right now. It's 12 minutes long of Charlie walking you through step by step the issues with this bullshit that supposedly ComputerShare is going to cause the mother of all short squeezes. It's nonsense. This DRS system, it is a too good to be true concept because they're just going to use it to prevent the entire fucking MOASS. So people need to wake the fuck up and stop running off to do the most. Stop running off for the new fucking fad just because you want the MOASS to happen quicker. You're not fucking helping. Sorry, I have to fucking say it.
Yeah, you got to look into it. You're talking about Fidelity. This is a good example of like where you have to look into it too. Fidelity is one of the most ethical, fair brokers, in my opinion, up there with Interactive Brokers. Those are the two I would put in probably the highest tier in terms of ethics and business practices. And but even if you have an account with Fidelity, right, you moved all your shares to Fidelity. Well, if it's a margin account, your shares can still be lent out. And again, how they make money by lending out shares, well, they make money off interest that has to be paid for someone to borrow the shares. And why does someone want to borrow the shares? Well, they want to borrow the shares so that they're able to short the stock. And as long as they can borrow shares, they can keep on shorting the stock. So if you cut off that, fuel supply by, and also like, if you have your shares getting lent out and they can't be found when MOASS happens, you might not have a ticket to the party. So yeah, it's really important, I think, to check that. And it's not like, too, if you still want margin, you do trades on the side. By the way, you can have like a separate account that's cash secured and then just have a different broker where you do your margin trading and stuff. You can't trade AMC on margin anyways. Like, you can't buy it on margin, so there's not really any point to having your AMC shares or your GME shares in a margin account. And again, you have to still look into the rules, and you can just call your broker and say, hey, my shares, is shares lending part of your business model? Can my shares be lent out? And if they say yes, say, okay, well, can I make my account so that it's not this way, like cash secured or whatever? They might say yes, they might say no. It depends on what their business model is. And if they say no, you should, not financial advice, not screw it. You should probably move it to a cash secured account where you're certain and they've told you that your shares are not getting lent out and cannot be lent out. So yeah, that's a good
And the one thing that bothers me about all of this shit, though, like, we have the big institutions, obviously, that are holding, right? We got Vanguard, they're a big broker. You got, BlackRock. And, I mean, as y'all can see, a lot of people are, like, baffled when they see, oh, my God, how many shares to borrow? Oh, it went up 4 million. It went up to this. That's just because these institutions are greedy as well. They're allowing the hedge funds to fuck themselves even more. What I don't understand is why they're delaying the MOASS by keep letting them borrow shares because they're making these, percentages off of letting them borrow the shares. I get it, but, not realizing, I'm sure they realize how much more money they can make if they allow the squeeze to happen. I get it. But you know, if we're holding, 79%, 80% of the float, and that other 20%, they're just constantly shorting in and out of the market every week after week, why are we sitting at almost 16 billion shares traded, just this part of the year, and we still haven't hit Q4 yet? You know what I mean? I mean, we're definitely going to break over, 20 billion plus, shares traded back and forth, which is, should be a huge ass red flag to the SEC, like that you have a company who just reissued some shares, and we're sitting at 513 million is what's supposed to be, right? Well, where are all these other shares coming in if the retail is holding 80%? You have a lot of day traders that are included in that 80% of retail as well. So you have people that are, it runs up to 50, and then, they'll sell, and then it runs back down to 45 or 44, and then they buy back in. So they're making that $6-7 here and there off of the cycles. But that's a small
What is it that you're kind of getting at here, brother? I'm kind of confused here, to be honest with you.
Well, because we're talking about like the other brokers, how they're lending out the shares, but you just also have to look at the big institutions that are holding. I mean, there's 118 million shares that are not being held by us. So I mean, that's a lot of shares that can at any time be, borrowed against and shorted back into the market. And if these people that are holding, these other institutions that are holding, they're just allowed.
Yeah, you make a great point, man. I mean,
I just don't get excited, man.
Yeah,
they're making money until it happens, and they don't give a shit. They're going to make even more money, because if they make an extra dollar by making it last an extra day, they're going to do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way that you make money off of lending out shares is from the interest that's paid to borrow those shares. And I mean, that could be something that's equitable for both the people who are lending and the people who are borrowing, but not for retail. Because although we are technically lending the shares, I mean, not consensually, we don't know about it, but a lot of us are going to be lending the shares. And I'm not talking about synthetics right now. I'm just talking about, to short the stock. It's hard to borrow. It's harder to get the shares. So we're close. The interest payments are higher, which makes that business model even more lucrative also. But in order to cover the interest payments, they'd only have to short the stock, has to drop enough to cover the interest, and then they can keep making money forever. So I think that you can talk about the institutional holders, unless they're a brokerage. I don't know if they can even, if that's even part of their business of lending out shares. I don't even know. I would be more concerned about retail that unknowingly has share lending turned on, and their brokerage is lending out the shares, because you can still short the stock. It's just harder to borrow. So, which means, if we can get that to not able to borrow, then that's the squeeze right there. So.
All right, that was a great point, Kings. Appreciate you, brother. Shop has been waiting for quite a little while. You mind if we let him ask a question?
Yeah, no problem.
Chime in here, because I would love to hear from Shop.
You can take me off the speaker platform. I just wanted to ask you though, real quick, boss.
What's up,
man? The one, or Wiki might know too. Like with shit, I had it right on the tip of my tongue. Oh yeah, so you have the institutional, the guys, right? So can they, they have their billionaire boys clubs, they meet up country clubs and all that kind of stuff. Could they just potentially like make their own behind closed doors contracts? Like, hey man, we're going to let you borrow such amount of shares. It doesn't necessarily have to be, reported or anything like that, but we're going to let you borrow this so that you can, and then you're going to pay us this percentage on this. And this is not something that's reported, in the data or Ortex data or, unusual whales. Anybody can report it because nobody sees the data. They're doing it.
Nowadays with the new CAT system, all shares have a tracking number. All shares have a serial number. All shares have a VIN number. Go ahead, Wiki.
Yeah, it kind of depends. So again, it depends on the way that it's settled. There's another kind of settlement that wouldn't even be needed any of that, which is just real-time. What's it called? It's just like we're just paying outright, like real-time gross settlement.
Yeah, that's true.
Where that could happen, but if it's cleared by the NSCC, well, that's where you're going to see like FTDs and this showing up, but that all would show up in, theoretically at least, in the data as FTDs. So yeah, could they have found a new mechanism to do this? Probably. That is what they have done.
Yeah, probably. That's what they do. You know, and that's why we push people not to go to that's why I recommend not to go to computer share, because they're just going to borrow yours, and then you're not going to be able to computer shares are rated to a B credit rating. But I'm sorry, Shoppa, please, Ben, go ahead with your question, brother. I'd love to hear you talk.
Hey, man, I'm calling in from New York, Brooklyn, actually. But I've been in this since like February, and I've been bullish ever since. But this conversation here has it has me wanting to call everybody and say, listen, buy and hold, do everything you fucking can to scrounge up whatever money you can. I don't give a shit where you pull it from. Just buy and hold. But I appreciate everything that everybody is saying on here. It's like a plethora of information. But boss, you had mentioned something about dry ships. It was real brief. And I wanted you to elaborate on that.
I made a lot of money on dry ships, actually, back in 2015, 2016. It was a pump and dump. Dry ships was a pump and dump on a container company. Okay. And they ran the price up, they ran the price down, they shorted the shit out of it. They did multiple, I think about 8 share dilutions, to the point where there was only 1 share fucking left. And that thing squeezed up to, Jesus, I don't remember how much, a few $1 million.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
And I think
go ahead and tell us.
The top, it says like 999 million or some shit like that. And I don't know if I'm looking at that correctly. Is that true? Like,
I don't know exactly if it was 999 million, but it was an astronomical number. I'll try to. Let me see the dry ships top price. Everybody check, just look it up. You know, stocks.
DRYS. I think.
Yeah, DRYS. In 2016, they did 2 reverse splits, and after the second split, they only had 1 million shares available as the float. And so, because they did this, it diluted the shit out of everything, and it just caused the volume to surge to a lot. You know, and like the actual volume went up. You know, they saw a 1,500% gain. And they only saw like up to $102 a share, but it was previously at $4 a share. But then they did multiple other things. There was a 1-for-4 reverse split, and then then they did it again to the point where there was only 300,000 shares, and all sorts of shit happened there. And really, their stock price climbed to a ridiculous fucking number when all these shorts got squeezed.
I pulled it out to the monthly, and I'm looking at like the whole thing, and like and I'm looking at the top, and it says like 900. I'm looking on Webull right now. It says like 999 million.
Yeah, that was the top for that, and that's what happened. Is they diluted it to the point where there was, I believe, only 1 share. I'm gonna have to double check that, but yeah, it was right around 800,000, and I found it, and I will actually share with everybody if I can. But yeah, you're right. That went up. Dry ships on the charts did go up to 800,000 a share. So, yes.
So the situation that we're in right now
it's not unprecedented. It's not something that's never happened before. I mean, it is unprecedented because we've never seen this many synthetics and whatnot, and this many shares available, and the issues that we've got in companies like GameStop that have been getting shorted since like 2005. So that didn't happen with dry ships. That was just a really hardcore squeeze that ended up very poorly for the shorts, and it ended up very well. They had very high short interest. They had quarterly dividends, and all these things came together to really fuck over these shorts. And again, it's not unheard of to see stocks get up to 500,000, 800,000, $1 million a share.
How many shares outstanding did they have back then when you were in that?
Like I said, they fucking diluted it over and over and over again. So I don't remember. Honestly, I don't remember, man. That was, 7 years ago now? I just remember fucking playing with it and being like, oh my God, this is the most dangerous thing I've ever done in my life. One day it'd be fucking here, the next thing it'd be there, and you'd see 80% swings in a day, and you're just like, what the fuck's going on? And it's kind of the same thing with AMC. And then there's other times where it's like the stock just slowly goes down. And I mean, I guess I'm just used to it, and I've seen it in the past to an extent. But yeah, no, dry ships has gone up, went up 2,000%, and that was nothing. That was nothing compared to what we're seeing now with AMC and GameStop. So no, man, I'm super bullish on it, and that's why I'm here, man.
I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody here.
Shopper, you from Brooklyn, bro? Give me a follow right back, man.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from Queens, but I live in Brooklyn, bro. Wait, who are you?
Crown Heights.
Where you
Keller
at?
Williams.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, yeah. I'm in
Excellent,
Flatbush.
nice. And New
Yeah,
York,
man,
Yeah,
I
I
New
just
was like
York,
5
I
great.
days
just
a week.
wanted to thank you, boss, for having me, man, on the platform and stuff. Man. If you
For
want to
sure,
bring
brother.
somebody else up to
Yeah.
speak or whatever, man, but this was very informative. Mistake.
Kick ass, brother. Yeah, no, you made some great points, man. Thank you so much for all your questions, dude. Thank you. It's been great having you. But go ahead, Shoppa, though. If you had any other questions, man, I'd love to discuss with you.
Actually, yeah. So basically, to me, just by looking at the charts and hearing all the information, it just seems like they're just kicking the can. Like there's no way out of it.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like,
exactly right.
But is there a way for anybody to step in and actually stop the MOASS?
Yeah, if everybody goes to computer share and fucking lends their share out overseas, that'll stop the fucking mother of all short squeezes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like any government entity, like.
Man, it's the stock market, man. It's a fucking casino. It's a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
So,
It's
Boss Blunt,
possible.
you
Let
keep
me
saying
ask you this.
computer share. What is that?
Listen, hold on. Let me not get off subject. Let me finish this at least, please. If they were to halt trading to the point where they had to make a deal with every investor, I don't think that they could actually go to every investor, all 5 million investors in AMC and GameStop, and make it work. The reason that they were able to do that with Volkswagen, because with Volkswagen, Porsche owned all the fucking shares, and the government just came to them and be like, "Hey, we'll give you $1,000 a share." And how's that sound? They said, "Cool," because that's Porsche, and Porsche doesn't take fucking risks. If they could fucking 10x their money overnight by squeezing some shorts, that's what they did, and it was smart, and it worked out perfectly. It was a beautifully executed squeeze, but that's nothing like this. They're not going to come to us and ask us how much you want. They're going to watch that price go up and down and up and down and up and down, and they don't, whatever. If these fucking hedge funds default, they don't give a shit, man. It's just another patsy for the SEC and to pat themselves on the back to say that they did something. That these were the people that were the cause of our 2021 market crash. Because I got to tell you, that motherfucker's here, man. I hate to say it, but that motherfucker's here, and we're going to see it really soon here. I think before October 1st. So good times for all. But yeah, I'll take a couple more questions, and then I think we'll call it a night if that's cool. If anybody's got a couple more questions.
Yeah, I'm good, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, boss. You referred to? You said that particular phrase more than
computer shares.
What is computer? What are you referring to? Computer
service. It's like people believe because they would get like a printout of a fucking share from computer share, and it would be counted that they could cause the short squeeze. They could cause a share recall for GameStop if they could get enough people to register 73 million shares. But what they don't realize, the computer share is a company based outside of the United States. I think I'm not sure exactly where, but they're in bad shape. Their credit has just gotten downgraded, and they could halt trading at any time. They're not a company where you could, like a broker, where you could put your shit into and you buy it and sell it at any time.
It's in Australia.
You put it in there and you let it sit, and you got to let it sit in there for a while, and before you do that, before you can take your shares out, they could easily tell you, "I'm not giving you back your shares because you can't get them back for a month or two. You might have to wait some time, and the mother of all short squeezes might pass you by." That's the problem with them. Plus, because they're outside of the United States, and they're like a brokerage firm, for example, or something like that. Maybe Wiki can clear that up for me. Outside the United States, it's like a direct registration service. They'll give you a fancy little printout of your fucking shares, and they'll register it, but it doesn't mean a goddamn thing if you can't fucking sell it. Plus, they're going to borrow those shares to the market makers. They're going to kill the squeeze. So it's a very bad idea. And I only brought it up to those people that have been thinking about computer share because of all the Reddit shit being spoken about it. Because there's some very knowledgeable, smart people that think it's a good thing. They think that they're well versed in the working depository receipts and fucking synthetics and ETFs and all the other shit that they can do outside the United States that is not governed by the SEC because it's governed by the CFTC. With completely different regulations and rules.
Got it. Thank you for the explanation.
No problem. I'm adding up a couple more people.
Yeah, the main.
Go ahead, brother.
The main takeaway would be if I can, PSA again, can't repeat enough, would just be to check your brokerage and search share lending, or even call them and say, can my shares? Do you guys do share lending in this account? Can my shares be lent out. Also, there's like a rehypothecation clause. Something you want to ask about is their rehypothecation clause, which they say, oh, no one's used that since 2008, so you don't have to worry. That's like, okay. But what if that's what we think's going on right now? So just check that and make sure that they're not exposed to rehypothecation and not exposed to share lending. That's now's the time to do it for sure.
Great. Nishant, it's good to see you, buddy. How's everything going?
It's fine. What about you?
We're good, man. We're good. At the moment, we spent about the better part of about an hour and a half discussing Evergrande earlier, so we're probably going to get to that again tomorrow. But no, your due diligence has been excellent. What's the name of your website again? Your blog? Give it to me one more time. So
The Fellow Investor.
Yeah, that's right.
Go
to everybody. Check out thefellowinvestor.in. It's a great blog.
We have also shared that short-term debt data of China.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably $500 million for these corporate sector. They have to repay their debt within 12 months. And that will be one more interesting thing, that how many entities will get exposed.
How many are showing? I think it was 129, was it?
No. $500 million. Half a trillion, sorry. It's $500 billion, which will be repayable. Which will be repayable within 12 months.
Wow! So they got $500 billion in liabilities that need to be repaid in 12 months.
Yes. Yeah.
Holy shit! Evergrande is fucked.
It's a funny money game.
So apparently, between Evergrande going, taking down China's economy, and then maybe the United States Treasury and these fucking hedge funds and real estate. Or they might take down our real estate market and our stock market over here.
Already Evergrande is selling at steep discount all their properties at steep discount, like 56% for commercial space, 48% for residential. All these properties are under construction. So it's an interesting data that how they will settle the liabilities of foreign creditors.
Wow. That's fucking awesome, dude. It sucks for all the people affected. So it's awesome that you got that information. And thank you so much for getting this information, buddy.
So all the $52 trillion market will be under a great hammer when Evergrande starts selling at distressed valuations. So it will be like $26 trillion notional loss if they will be selling their 50% of the properties.
Really? How much? 26 billion?
$26 trillion. It will be the loss. It will be around roughly loss of $26 trillion for Chinese property market.
Holy shit. So the Chinese real estate market could lose $26 trillion in value. Wow.
Yeah.
Can you explain real quick what notional value is?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I'm talking about this notional value. With $1.4 trillion, they created $52 trillion of hype in the property market.
I see.
So, what you can expect when they will be they will start selling at distressed valuation.
Okay, Nishant is not wrong on that, but 26 trillion.
Yeah, it will be more than
perfect sense.
Might be an exaggeration.
No, I don't think so, because if you look at it, Goldman Sachs has $53 trillion in notional losses. JP Morgan has $56 trillion in notional losses. Okay, so no, it's very, very feasible. And the top four banks in America have $169 trillion in notional derivatives losses. So it's very, very possible, I believe.
All right. Yeah. So Marcel, there is a difference. There is a difference between JP Morgan. They are into financial assets. But what is happening with the real estate market in China is that is a tangible product which people are holding, and they are repaying their loan on such property valuations. So banks will be losing a lot. That is for sure in China. And the most interesting fact about all these real estate developers in China is that they are registered in Cayman Island. So they have taken loan in Cayman Island, and that loan has been transferred.
Nishant, I'm not arguing your point there about the banks. And yes, there are huge losses that are going to be recognized based on this if China doesn't back them up. And that's a big question at this point. And right now, it doesn't look like China is. So there are big losses that are going to be taken. But I don't. The thing I'm arguing, the only point I'm arguing is 26 trillion. We're talking. You said a T.
Yeah.
Not a B.
I think I might be able to provide a little bit of enlightenment to the subject.
Feel free to jump in because.
So he's talking about notional value. So if I could right now for I think about 2250, right? I would be able to take out a futures contract, right, on the E-mini S&P futures, and I would be commanding a notional value of I think, what would that be right now? It's like $200,000 or something. No, am I right? I think it's even higher than that. Or no, I think it's like 100,000. I think it's like 100,000. How is it able to happen? I might be totally off with those numbers, by the way, but it's like a multiplier of something like 50. Or 20 to 50. It depends on the contract. How does it happen? Well, it's not because I'm speculating.
You're right. You take out a lot of leverage.
Yeah,
when you buy or sell a futures contract. I'm
right, but it's not considered risk because there's an expectation that you're not going to be the end holder of this contract.
I disagree with that, but
it's not really important. That's just a It's just a way to illustrate how a small amount of capital can turn into a large amount of capital. But when you keep going up and up in our market structure, and you get to the level of banks,
moderators, thank you for doing a great job. Thank you, Star UI. Appreciate you. Truth. Thank you, guys.
And it doesn't show up on the balance sheet because it's not considered risk. It's considered because they have a counterparty and they're saying their risk is netted.
Rancher, you're good, brother. Rancher, get some rest, brother.
So much because of the way
I kind of disagree with you there, though. All the banks view that as risk.
It's more like collateral that's kind of not real.
I totally get what you're saying.
It doesn't.
I'm a futures trader
because the credit risk isn't removed from the economy, but the banks are netting after each other and all of this value, the notional value, not the GDP is something like the world is.
Too bad we lost.
Like
I wanted to ask him.
That with like 80
I'm gonna.
trillion, but
my apologies.
Yeah, where'd he go?
No, he probably just lost connection. You got to remember, he's in New Delhi, so sometimes the connection's a little rough, and so he accidentally disconnected.
Yep.
He'll try to rejoin.
Yep, totally get that.
Yeah.
Totally get that.
So it's halfway across the world from my server that we're connected to, so it is a little rough on him. So I appreciate it.
If you're futures trader, you can look at this CME group. The notional value, I think that they claim to passes through the exchange a year is like $250 billion. I think it's from their own website. So notional value is not the same as realized.
Yeah,
but politics becomes a problem.
Hello,
Wiki. Oh. Those guys.
Hey, my name is Mike. I'm new here.
They've spent years managing their risk.
Yeah, that's the theory.
But well,
not every economist agreed.
It's not theory. Yeah,
but in 2008, did the banks perfectly manage the risk, or did there have to be a bailout and intervention? Because they were doing the same thing. People working their whole careers.
No, absolutely.
BlackRock, hold $9 trillion in assets under management or something like that. And I don't know, I just rewatched The Matrix. Money just doesn't seem to be freaking real. I survived the GameStop squeeze, doubled 6 figures in a single day on very cheap contracts. That's what they're afraid of. So those numbers they don't seem that impossible. BlackRock is just one of them.
The way you found lightning in a bottle. Congrats.
Yeah.
On your trading.
Super lucky. They deal with these types of numbers.
Good job.
they deal with these types of numbers. There's just a blessing, but like I was Googling a bunch of different hedge funds and it doesn't seem, I mean, it seems to us, yeah, but no.
We're not talking about the same kind of thing, though.
It gets really complicated and way beyond my understanding of it, but I came across this article that was written a while ago by this economist I really like, and he was talking about this netting, which is how I even heard about netting, because I'd even heard the word before, and I'm not an economist and stuff, but he was very critical of many years ago of, I think it was like 2014, 2015, of the way that banks were netting their risk, and he basically, thought it was kind of a magic money machine, because they were trading interest rate swaps back and forth so that they're both like kind of collateral for each other to make it seem like they had managed the risk, but the credit risk never disappeared from the economy. So well, it doesn't go anywhere, right? Like if we're just saying, okay, it's okay if I default, we've got each other. You didn't.
And in 2008, all of that came to a head.
Yeah, and I mean, in this article,
and I'm not saying that can't happen now, but
I mean,
I don't think this is the same kind of thing.
All right. Well,
that's all I'm saying.
It's hard to tell. I don't know.
Valid points. Can we get a couple more questions in, because we're going to wrap it up here pretty soon? Kerchak, I know you've been waiting patiently. If you had a question, we could definitely, discuss if you did.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting before. How high do you think this could possibly go? And like, do you think we'd even have issues taking money out of ATMs? I can't wrap my head around it to that level, the way you guys talk about numbers. So yeah, I'm new to this whole scene and all of that. I've been investing long term for months. I was there when GME was trading for $15, $9, and I got lucky. I stumbled onto this in a trade back in March, and then my mind was just opened up to this whole world. All I looked at was short interest. I didn't know there was this whole massive illegal thing going on, and I don't know how this doesn't make any sense to me.
There is absolutely no limit to how high it can go.
Absolutely no limit to how high it can go. If it reaches $1 million, I will just say, told you so, and I will click the sell button a couple of times and hope it keeps going higher, and click it a couple more times and continue to see what happens, and probably buy some more. It could go to any number. There is no stopping it. There is anybody that says that it won't go past 100, it won't go past 10,000, that it won't go past 100,000, doesn't know dick about the stock market.
But take profits on the way up.
Agreed. In small portions. My plan is to take small profits in the amount of about 5%.
It will go for several days, though. I expect. And with halts away, I think it halts at, was it 20%? Is that a halt? Forget.
Every 20%
changes
a halt. Every 20% changes a halt. So you'll see movements, halt, movement, halt, many times. It's going to scare the shit out of you.
It's actually shut down for the day. So, I mean, it'll be a while. At least I think everyone will be on Twitter Spaces, so we can at least talk to each other about what's going on.
Yeah, I'll try to live stream too during it if I'm able to, physically able to stream during the MOASS. But I'm not gonna lie, you never know when it'll happen. But I do expect it'll be a multiple day event. Once it begins, I think we're gonna start seeing crazy high number. You might see 600, you might see 1,000, you might see 5,000, and the next thing you know, the next day it might come back down to 1,000, and then a few minutes later it'll be at 100,000. And then it might come back down to 25,000. And then the next morning, it might go up to 1 million. You have no fucking idea. Nobody fucking knows, because it's based off of the bid and ask. And if there's nobody selling at a certain range, it could go from $10, it can go from $150 a share to $10,000 a share in one purchase. So yeah,
my great hope.
I just want to say this real quick. I have this put up right now on the YouTube for anybody that wants to see it. All right, and it says quite simply, why do you struggle to imagine AMC or GameStop at 10,000 a share, 50,000 a share, or $500,000 a share? And in my opinion, the answer is because most people have never had that kind of life-changing wealth, and all of us so jaded, life struggles, and the point of getting your hopes broken by imagining yourself with this kind of money is too painful to actually put yourself through. So a lot of people, in my opinion, are psychologically blocking themselves through their own emotion to prevent this to prevent them from thinking that it could be possible. I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying that it's a complete possibility. And in my entire life, and I have never seen an opportunity like this in the stock market, and I've got everything that I'm willing to lose invested in it. Then that's it.
Same actually. It's just ridiculous. I'm looking at like 100 million. Well, this like I can't, wrap my head around it. But thanks. Whew.
I know, but that's what it is. Is here's the stock market doesn't care what you think or what you feel. Business doesn't give a shit whether you think the price could go here, whether you think this company's worth $5, whether you think this company's worth $1 million a share. It's going to do what the fuck it wants, especially if it's responding to hundreds of millions of, or maybe, I'm sorry, billions and billions of shares to float, being bought back, and synthetics being purchased back and closed out, and short positions being, bought to close. Because it's not going to be like they're not, when those liquidations happen, the hedge funds don't get the choice. They don't get to decide, okay, I'll buy one here, I'll buy one there. Let me wait for the price to go down. So it's going to be fun times for everybody, and I wish everybody the best and peace and wealth. Let's take one more question, if that's cool, and then we'll wrap it up for the night.
Hey, boss.
What's up, Crypto? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. I want to first thank you, for arranging this round table. I think this is a very good opportunity for us to, come together like this. I just had a quick question, and I wanted to check what you guys, what are your views on this matter? That when crypto now, when it's pumping and the price is going up, we can see that GME and AMC, it is the share price is going down, and when you see crypto when it's dumping, you can see that the GME and AMC, the price is going up. I have noticed this a few times over the past months. Mm-hmm. And this has actually allowed me to buy more AMC in that way.
That's great, man. You were able to day trade crypto to make money so you could buy more AMC. That's fucking sick, man. That's awesome, dude. I love hearing that, because you're right. It's so predictable now. You want to know why? Before, it used to be somewhat predictable, and now you can see the pump on crypto at 4:15 Eastern time every fucking Friday, and you can see the dump beginning around 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern time on Monday morning, every single morning before pre-market opens for these guys, because they take money out of the stock market, they invest it in crypto, they pump it, they dump it repeatedly over the weekend for profits, and put it right back into the stock market to maintain the liquidity and their margin positions, to maintain their margin requirements on Monday morning. So you're absolutely right. It's extremely dangerous, but a lot of people can make, and a lot of people can lose a lot of money trading crypto on the weekends. And if you make money, sure, man, I fucking love that you're buying AMC and GameStop. That's awesome, brother. Ape Nation, love to you, for sure. Thank you for listening and for your support. That's great, John. If you got a question, brother, I'm more than happy to hear you out. We're gonna take one more last John, and then TJ, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Hey man, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, brother. Go ahead, John. It's good to hear you.
Cool. I just wanted to address a couple of things you guys were talking about before.
Please.
I don't know if any of you are on Super Stonk. I go by Broviet there. I wanted to talk about, earlier you guys were talking about the difference between the totality of the derivatives market and the behavior of the banks. They really are acting as if they have no risk. And the reason that they are is because until this point,
I know,
they've
Luffy.
never
I've been
believed
watching it
they
for
would
months.
be bailed out. So there was no reason to leverage them to 10 or 20. No reason for them to not leverage to 10 or 20 or 200 times. But now they're finding out that's no longer the case because of the amount of eyes that are on this. When the derivatives market is 12 times the size of the actual money supply, that is truly insane. Because no bank, if they ever believed that they were really on the hook, would ever leverage themselves more than 3 times, and that would only be in the case of absolute certainty that it was going to pay off. So that it's kind of a hard argument to have because you're saying how could they be behaving this irrationally? But in their minds, for the past century, they've been bailed out when they needed to, so they had no risk, and now they do. And there's a reason why there's $1 trillion of high quality collateral acquired at the top 8 banks as of October 1st. And that's because they see where this is going. That's all going to be used for GME, AMC payouts, all that kind of thing. And they will try to survive as best they can. Right now, they're trying to shift blame out of Goldman Sachs and some of the other big players to the hedge funds by distributing culpability by getting rid of some of the swaps, because right now most of the largest banks are holding the majority of these crap positions. And so once they get that shifted onto the hedge funds that are really at fault, then we'll see things pop off. And as to the crypto thing that was just addressed, be careful with that, because while you will see typically a direct correlation or an inverse correlation, they can swap between those two things at will, because Wall Street has most of the money that is invested in crypto. And so even though they can't short or anything like that, they can directly alter the price whenever they want. So be careful with day trading crypto. And that was all I wanted to say.
They can't short crypto directly, but they can short Bitcoin futures. And
I can't hop in back in the call. I'm trying to hop back in the call.
It doesn't have the same effect as it does in the market because of they can't rehypothecate and multiply those shares as easily, but
looks like the space call may have gotten cut off. We're trying to get it getting back on, but I think it may be toast. I'm not entirely sure. I think the space call crashed, but we might have to leave it at that for tonight. It's been absolutely fun. I've had such a blast hanging out with all you guys. Thank you, everybody. I'm sorry that the call crashed, John, while you were speaking. I truly apologize. But John brings up some great points about crypto. Make sure you're being very careful if you're going to do something like that, because it's extremely dangerous and extremely volatile to day trade anything, especially crypto, on the weekends. So thank you, everybody. If you want, I'll take a question or two in chat, because you guys have been waiting. You've been doing a incredible job. Thank you so much for your interaction and for coming to visit and spending time with us on this Twitter space call and on this the first ever Twitter and YouTube live chat space call melding of the minds here in Evolution, where we can actually use Twitter space calls to discuss things together, use our voices, step up and speak as apes, as people, as human beings, as investors. And it's wonderful to be able to share things with you, all of you guys. So I just want to tell you guys, thank you very much, Ape Nation, for your support. I love you all, and don't worry about what the share price is, in my opinion, because the stock market doesn't care if you think it's a lot of money. The stock market doesn't care if you think it's an astronomical number. Be smart, be wise, take your profits on the way up is what I'm going to do in small increments, and I plan to buy in again and again and again until all the shorts have covered, to make more money and more money repeatedly as the trend goes up and down. So I just want to say thank you, everybody. And Rodania2 asks, if the bank used buy-ins and people put their MOASS money in the banks, won't the banks just get the money back? Rodania, no, because it's your money, not the banks, and it's not quite that simple. There's a lot more layers involved. So no, the banks won't just get the money back. When you deposit money into the bank, it's not an asset, it's a liability. Okay, plain and simple. Newbie said, heard some FUD on Spirit's SPRT subreddit. Someone was bringing up the fact that DFV's company got fined for things not, doesn't even make any sense. You're right, that doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't worry about that at all. Kelton Chavez, you know what, brother? We'll do this one last time. We're going to spend five more minutes before we wrap up here, and we will have a good time going through this quick video really fast, because these motherfuckers, holy shit. They are moving all of their crap out of this building, and they're leaving all the furniture, they're leaving all the desks, all the plants, all the things on the wall, all the signs on the wall, the Citadel signs, everything else. Check out thefellowinvestor.in. Somebody asked the Reddit due diligence that we talked about from India. That's thefellowinvestor.in. Okay. And what the hell? All right, there we go. Stupid ads. Sorry. Got to get through that. Citadel packing up their HQ in Chicago. They're removing drones, all sorts of shit, dude. They have a drone here. They're removing all the monitors, all of the monitor stands. All these desks are completely empty. These desks are almost completely empty. All the monitors are gone. This row is still have a couple monitors on it. This one's almost empty. All of these are empty. This is just the foyer, but they're leaving all this furniture still here. This guy is going to town. Check this out. Watch this. I'm going to switch it over. Look at this guy. He thinks he's fucking slick. Give me a second here. They're not going to 425 Park Avenue, because if they were going to 425 Park Avenue, that building would be done. They've got 2 other headquarters in New York already. Why would they take their people from Chicago to New York when they've already got 2 other buildings in New York? And 425 Park Avenue has a temporary stop work order on it that's only been partially rescinded. The building's half done. They got work. They got plywood on the building next door. There was complaints about it to the city. They got a shed out on the floor and out in the street and the sidewalk, blocking the building next door because they complained about it on September 16th. The building's not fucking dumb. It's not done. This guy's just cranking out monitors. He's pulling out monitors left and right. He works for 3MD, moving and disposal company. They do disposal and data destruction. They do a lot more than just moving. I'll show you. I'll tell you that much. And my Streamlabs is stuck, so I hope you guys are able to see this. Look at these cats. Look at this guy. They think they're sneaky fucks. Look at them go. They're going working hard, man. They got all these. They would be packaging these things. They would, if they were going to move them to another building, they would be shrink wrapping them. Okay, that's trucking. They would be using moving blankets and shrink wrap. They'd be putting them in boxes, not in little fucking dumpsters on wheels with their logo on it. So here he comes again. Look at this guy. What a fucking schmuck. This video was taken Friday, September 17th, in the late hours of the evening, right around 8-9 p.m. Central Time. Do me a favor, please hit the like button on the video. Share it with the algorithm, with other people via the YouTube algorithm. Feel free to share it on social media if you can. And again, they're leaving every chair. All of the chairs are staying. All of the desks are staying. All of the plants are staying. All of the Citadel logos are staying. All of the signs on the wall that say Citadel. Okay, like, you're gonna be telling me that they're fucking moving? They're not taking half their shit. Companies don't move by taking all of their stuff. They move by taking small portions of it only. Look at them go. You guys are going hard. I think they're only either taking it to be destroyed. I think they're taking those computers to be destroyed. Honestly, I can't think of anything else. You know, are they moving them? Why would they move these computers instead of buying new ones? If they wanted to move the data, they would move their server. They wouldn't move all the computers. If their building in New York was done, they would have bought new computers, and they would have moved the servers over there already, and everybody would be over there working in them. And then they would come out and empty the entire building, not just the fucking computers.
I was gonna say, fucking drill. That guy's taking apart a desk.
This video's got a shitload of views already. It's been being viewed like 3,000 times, 3,000 views an hour at this point. People are loving it. I mean, you don't got to be a rocket scientist to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, that motherfucker's taking apart a desk. Right there. Right fucking there.
I was really excited when I
multiple
saw
guys
this
on multiple
first
floors
time.
taking apart monitors. This one has no fucking monitors left on it. This one doesn't either. They're fucking taking shit down. Holy shit. I think it's AMD or 3MD. Not sure what it says on the box. I'm still trying
One
to
time I
read it.
wasn't sure, but it was 3MD.
That guy's using a drawer to take apart a workstation.
All right,
You
it's
cannot
3MD.
fucking tell me he's not. Look at it.
There's multiple angles on my beautiful city of Chicago. Mike Hawk says, man, they don't need to crush no servers. The info is cloud-based on some remote servers, probably using AWS. Mike, you might think that's the case, and that might be possible. But you got to remember, they're trading on fiber optic networks.
Hey,
that,
yeah. How do you say Wen Moon in Chinese and, like, you know, all these other...
Their entire thesis relates on being able to trade ever so slightly quicker than everybody else can hit that button or can transfer that data. So for them to use the cloud for that would definitely slow them down. So I do think that they've probably got some actual hardcore servers in there running off of fiber optic cable networks. And that's why the guys in red, who are the data handlers, are the ones that are handling all the towers, hard drives, and the fiber optic cables on the floor. Then you got the guys in yellow, who are the independent contractors that are taking apart the monitors. And then you got the guys in black.
People want Ken Griffin to fuck off and, you know, get arrested for being a crook and stealing from the American people and people worldwide while he makes $46 million a month. $46 million a month to steal from Americans and short companies like GameStop. Short companies like GameStop and AMC.
The feds don't dress as movers. Feds go in there with guns and jackets that say FBI on the back.
Bigger than ever seen before because they're so fucking ignorant.
WeWork, no, it's not WeWork. It's a company called 3MD. I've already given you the due diligence on it. And they're a disposal and a company that does disposal and data destruction. They're based out of Melrose Park, Illinois. 60164. Okay, all 6 floors, the top 6 floors belong to Citadel, and I showed you in the video that out of all the floors in the building,
Thank you, Nation, for dropping those middle fingers to Kenny Griffin. I love that.
Only the top 6 floors have lights on, and those are the 6 floors that are leased by Citadel. This building is on Dearborn. There goes a guy again taking more fucking monitors. Peacing out.
Fucking screwdriver.
Look at this guy throwing that shit over to him. Look at this. Watch this. See, this guy works for Citadel. He's wearing that blue and gray Citadel shirt that Emily was wearing in that picture that we saw. All right. That guy is one of the IT guys for Citadel. These guys in yellow are an independent contractor firm, a technology consulting firm that is doing the actual labor of taking apart the computers because they know how. These guys in black and gold, they are with 3MD, data destruction company. They're a moving company. They also do storage and stuff like that. But I don't think they're taking these to store them. I think they're taking them to destroy them. And then you've got the guys in red who, again, are the data handlers. The ones who are handling the more important information.
So sure, say they got brand new fucking desks that are nice and pretty. They're still going to take the chairs. There's nothing wrong with the fucking chairs. They're perfect. Even if you're going to say the desks are outdated, but even still, those things are expensive as hell.
Gary Gensler, I want my fucking money. Ken Griffin, I want my fucking money. And I'm not selling. I'm not selling until I get paid.
Why would they leave their desks and their plants and their logos?
Look at them go.
All of their signs that say Citadel. Why would they leave all the
3MD
chairs?
also assists in furniture decommissioning and asset disposition. They're a data destruction company. They're based out of Melrose Park, Illinois.
That's it, man.
For those of you that don't know, that's 21 miles from Dearborn Street in Chicago.
But it doesn't take me
to drive many
I've
times.
seen this before. I've got companies, literally companies that owe me, that have owed us tens of thousands, 20s of thousands of dollars that have gone bankrupt like this overnight. Those pieces of shit. You know what? I'm going to call them out. What are those fucking pieces of shit called? I can't remember.
If that share price doesn't look like a cell phone number, I'm not selling.
God damn it, I can't remember. I'm glad.
I ain't through till they liquidate .72. I ain't selling till they fire Janet Yellen.
It's a printing company. Whatever. I'm glad I can't remember.
Look at this conference room. Empty, everything except for the tables and the desks. And the shit's is on the wall. No computers. No computers. No computers. All the fucking shit. This one's got two computers on it still. This desk corner office.
We did a shipment for this company, this printing company.
Citadel foyer. No computer.
By the way, there's Citadel's logo. And we did a shipment for them.
All these are empty.
After doing a lot of them, they owed us a lot
all
of money.
these. This one has one. Looks like
Monday,
one monitor in it. Come on now.
Just after we dropped it
I
off,
could see
and
this
then
happening
one of the
too.
Employees freaking out, telling them that they told him that he didn't have to come in. Our guy dropped it off.
Usually the simplest answer is the right answer.
So.
But who
after
knows?
that, I went over there to say hello. I almost got arrested, but I almost got our money back also because I held the load hostage, even though it had already fucking delivered. But that's another story for another day. But they didn't have enough to pay, so I got what we could. And none of the employees, all of the employees that were there, were emptying their desks on Monday morning.
Yeah.
With the moving company. See? There it goes. Right there.
That's where we're at, guys. Okay. This is the reality of what's going on at Citadel headquarters in Chicago on Dearborn Street over this weekend. So, who knows what the fuck's going to happen for real. All I know is they're all working in tandem. They're all doing their job. And I don't know what their plan is for the Chicago market. But I appreciate you all for being here with me. Thank you, everybody. Peace and wealth. I love you, Ape Nation. Have a great night. Have a great day, everybody. I'll see you next time.
Look at this.
Gary Gensler. I want my fucking money, Gary Gensler. Come on, SEC. I want my fucking whistleblower money. Burning Log says Citadel burning to the ground. Apes are tearing them down brick by fucking brick, brother. Thank you very much for your donation, everybody, for being so generous and for your support. Please do not donate, but if you do, I will be glad to give 25% to charity. Peace and wealth. I love you all. Let's watch Citadel finish getting cleaned out a little bit longer, and then we'll get the fuck out of here. I told you September is going to be beautiful. I fucking told you.